Yes, sir. You got me? Don or no? Okay, so I can unmute it. So we dropped up here. We dropped mine. All right, Don, the meeting's about to start, so just stand by.
Okay, good morning. It's good to see everybody here. We'll call, and we have feedback. Can somebody please make that stop? Do I have to use a microphone? Is that Don? We have one member. There we go. One member of the council will be participating virtually. He got stuck in bad weather on a flight, which got canceled. So anyway, welcome to the April 1st, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting. It's good to see everybody here. We will start, as we always do, with an invocation and then Pledge of Allegiance. In just a moment, I'll ask you to stand, not yet, but in just a moment, I'll ask you to stand if you care to for both. And this morning we have Pastor Peter Migner of the DeLand Church of the Nazarene in DeLand to offer our invocation. So if you would stand with me, please stand.
Let us pray. God, we thank you so much for prayer. It's the most essential part of our day to acknowledge you, to acknowledge that we're your creation and that you are wanting to be present among us. Lord, we pray for this council and for these citizens here today that we would be aware of your presence and ask for your wisdom today in all things related to life in this county. Lord, we just pray that you continue to take care of this country, and may we put you first and foremost, as this country was built on the very essence of acknowledging God every day. So Lord, we thank you for your presence. We thank you for your strength in our lives. In the name of Jesus, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, you got me. Correct. Yes, everything is muted on.
We do have
Correct.
public participation.
Yes.
Krista, would you call the roll in just a second? Do we know if Don is on?
Yes.
Okay. Don Dempsey, can you hear me? I heard him over there. Is he on somebody's phone?
He's on the monitors. We're working on getting it corrected.
Okay. While they're doing that, Don Dempsey got stuck out of town because of bad flights with airlines or bad weather with airlines. Hopefully not a bad airline. So he is zooming in, so I will ask the council for a motion and vote to allow Don to participate remotely. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept Mr. Dempsey to report, or to be here remotely.
Yep, and I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Vice Chair Reinhardt, second by Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And hopefully we'll be able to hear him in just a minute. Can you call the roll, Carissa?
Mr. Dempsey. He said present.
I heard him.
Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Okay, we do have some public participation this morning. I'm going to start our public participation with a little more information than what I usually give before we start public participation. I've been doing this, I think Danny and I have been sitting up here for 4 years and 3 months. We've sometimes had lively public participation, but for the first time ever, we had a fortunate event in our last meeting when one of the speakers used a racial slur that, frankly, I didn't hear, and I understand from my fellow council members, all except for one, that they did not hear, and some of the staff, and even friends of mine in the audience, I asked them, and they said, we didn't understand what he said. So I'm going to ask you this. Our rules ask that you, and I'm going to stick to the rules because we can do this legally, that when you speak, we offer 3 times to speak here. We want to hear from you, and I don't want this to be the excuse that your opportunities to speak to your council members are taken away. But before the meeting, right now, or to start our meeting, you have an opportunity to talk at the end of the meeting, and then also on each and any of the agenda items, you can also speak. If the opportunity is at the beginning of the meeting, at the end of the meeting, we ask that you would speak on issues that affect the county that could come before the county council to be voted on. So it's your opportunity, as you hear people in the public do all the time, to give us ideas of things that they think we should take up and vote on. That's perfectly appropriate, and we appreciate hearing from you on those. If you wander off track, I will gently pull you back and say, please stick to the point. However, if you insist on using foul language or of any kind, I cannot demand that you stop that, because we all have this blessing called the First Amendment. And the First Amendment protects our freedom of speech. It protects speech that we, not just that we like, but it protects speech that we don't like. And there's a good reason for that. The First Amendment was created at a time when you would lose your head if you spoke against your government. You can come here and speak against me or any of my fellow council members and call us names, and we'll take it. Nobody's going to lose their head. But we do ask, for the purpose of this meeting, because it's a public meeting with women, children online, and just for public decorum, that you keep your speech friendly. And your topics don't have to be friendly to us, but please, I'm asking you not to use foul language. Again, I can't demand it, but I'm asking you to do that. However, if you do create a disturbance because of your language in the council chambers, you can be asked to leave. So let's not go there. I think we've all seen from the responses that we've we got on social media from this very unfortunate event, that we still have a little problem in the country with just hatred that's right at the surface, where different parties hate each other, different people hate each other. We need to end that. We need to work together to get the things done that we want to get done in our county. One of the ways that we can do that is to, even when we disagree, to do it honorably and respectfully. So as I call your name, please don't be afraid to come up now and talk. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about any item that affects the county that you care to. I think I've made that clear and probably belabored the point, but it was very unfortunate. I apologize for not catching it and asking the person, even though I couldn't demand that he withdraw it or stop it, that he not do it again. And I think I probably speak for the rest of the council members who didn't catch it as well. We will start off with, we just have a few people that want to speak this morning. The first
Mr.
will,
Brower, I also have about the same thing that you were just referencing, a letter from Mr. Johansson, who asked for it to be read into the record and brought up at an opportune time or under his council comments. But since it pertains to what you were just referencing, I thought it would be a great time for me to read it into the record.
okay.
It says, Dear County Council, unfortunately, I am unable to attend this meeting, but I wanted to ensure we address the recent council meeting where a member of the public used offensive language. While we uphold First Amendment rights, it is essential that we maintain a respectful environment. The use of offensive terms is unacceptable, and I believe our leadership should address the issues promptly. I will be working with the chairman during meetings to ensure we respond appropriately in the future, and will ensure to become more active in voicing my opinion when issues are not addressed in a timely manner. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Best, Jake.
Okay, thank you, Carissa. The first up this morning is Josh Rivera.
Yeah, so I've got you live on
Can
this
we
call.
stop that
Yeah.
background talk? It's distracting. I don't know where it's coming from.
Josh, before you start, just test your microphone. Let's see if we
Test.
can hear. Okay.
Works good.
His microphone's good. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm standing by. Josh, before you start, just test your microphone.
Mr. Riviera has photos and pictures, so if we could have somebody else while Jenna gets those up.
All right.
You
Oh,
can just
I'll be
sit
back.
right
ready,
on the
she's
front
ready.
row if you want. It's going to be a long day.
Can we share the videos first? All right, if this works out this way. All right, here we go. So this is the video of the illegal valve that was allowing all this water to go.
Water is still flowing.
Valve that is, the Wawa pond is just draining into nowhere. Unknown how long it's been there.
This is the
That's
valve that closed
shuts
it and refused
It was
to-
open when we discovered it. This is the weir that's supposed to be in place, and water just continuously flowing 24/7 through here. It's supposed to be right there in that box, dividing that water. You can see the pipe. This is another pipe, illegal pipe, that was backfeeding from the pump in the Royal Oaks Professional Center parking lot coming towards us. This is where it gets introduced to Miller Lake 24/7. This is what's causing all the flooding. This is an area that you guys showed that the water has receded, that never flooded last time. So there's photos and information being shown that is false. It's spreading false information, is very misleading. If you follow the yellow arrows, this is the path that the water takes to come to Miller Road. When you create a highway of pipes and valves and all these things to allow the water to come to us faster, that would make the water in Wawa Pond would never make it to Miller Lake if it didn't have all those pipes like that. I know other people are saying differently, but there's this thing called friction loss when water's going through pipes, and if it goes into an area where it could percolate down back into the aquifer, it's not gonna make it there. So, it's traveling very far. And around Miller Lake, there's tons of oak trees that are hundreds of years old that cannot survive submerged in water. So the trees don't lie. It wouldn't be possible. This is when we got the valve shut, which no one knows how long that's been open, draining. Next picture. This is just a weir without having the wall in there that's supposed to be for groundwater. Next picture. This is the weir that was installed that's now holding the water back. So there was a straight pipe allowing the water to just flow to us for an unknown amount of time. At a minimum, it was installed in 2017. This is the permit that's causing issues. This pump here was out of service, not working, but the piping system that's in there, the water was backfeeding from Wawa Pond to Miller Lake, causing that massive sinkhole on Tremont. Next picture. This is the area that you said that the water receded, but it never flooded. And there was an isolated picture of that, showing that. Is that the last one? And this is just the water. This road was already raised 2 feet. You guys want to raise it even more? She couldn't. This is a small storm. She's already has flooding there from the other day. And it's horrendous. So we're asking to please turn the pumps back on. We appreciate all the help you've given us. And we listen to the videos that you guys are posting. So thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Mr. Chairman?
David,
Mr. Chairman, may I have 20 seconds?
you may.
I've never met this gentleman, but I love that he uses 3 minutes appropriately. He brought pictures, and in my mind, he brought receipts. If staff is prepared to respond to this, that's great. If not, I would just like for us as a council to ask staff to please respond to that at some time. Give us your background on it, please.
Mr. Chairman?
We have two other Miller Lake people that want to speak. We might want to listen to them first.
I
Yes.
appreciate it, Chairman. I've not seen anybody come as prepared with pictures and videos and.
Mr. Chairman, if I can respond to my friend Troy's request. We've done this twice already, and by the way, I'm supportive of what they're doing, but from a protocol perspective, if we start opening this door all the time, it just destroys our entire agenda. Not that I don't want to hear your issue. They know where I'm committed to the issue. To me, this is a process thing, because someone else comes up with pictures for someone else or some other agenda, then our entire agenda is just thrown out of whack.
Chairman, Mr. Santiago is 100% correct, and I withdraw my request from staff right now. Thank you.
David Hill.
David Hill, Miller Road, District 1. I watch your comments on YouTube in response to Miller Lake. I appreciate that you hear us and are working on a solution. We have a family that has been on Miller Lake since 1972. They say the water has never been anywhere near the height it is now. I have been on Miller Road since 2000. My property used to be 300 to 400 feet away from Miller Lake. The county bought the lot and home across from my property. They excavated this property, raised and paved Miller Road. The flooding of Miller Lake started after Royal Oaks got their 2017 St. John's Water Management Permit. That was the weir and structure across Tremont Drive that you just saw pictures of that Josh showed. In 2018, 2019, the county gave a letter of no objection for this 2017 Royal Oaks permit. In 2018, 2019, the water from Miller Lake started to rise. In 2020 and 21, the front of my property, which used to be 300 to 400 feet away from Miller Lake, went underwater and continued to rise. This is why I am here. I have a sense of urgency. Miller Lake is less than 2.5 feet from Miller Road. For every inch of water received in rainfall, Miller Lake rises by 2 inches. You are correct that Royal Oaks 2017 St. John's Water Management Permit takes in a lot of water from properties in the city of Orange City. The two grates on either side of Tremont Drive, which are part of this permit, take in a large portion of Tremont Drive and acres of Big Lots Plaza surface water. Tremont Drive and Big Lots Plaza are in the county of Volusia. I don't see anywhere in the 2017 St. John's Water Management Permit that includes Tremont Drive and Big Lots Plaza surface water. This permit is for Royal Oaks. As long as this permit stays in place, we will continue to be flooded, countless hours of time wasted, and millions of dollars will be spent and lost. Our acreage community is a diamond in the rough. They don't make communities like ours anymore. Acreage communities this close to 1792 just don't exist and can't be replaced. We want to keep our community and our great location. Please ask St. John's Water Management to revoke the 2017 Royal Oaks permit. Thank you for hearing what I have to say.
Margaret Hill.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Hill. I live on Miller Road, or Peggy Hill, same. Miller Lake is still in my front yard. It used to be across the road and far away from my yard. At the last council meeting, I showed you some photos of Miller Lake next to Miller Road. It's been 2 weeks since those photos were taken, and the lake on Saturday had dropped by a few inches with no rain. After Sunday's short, maybe 45 minutes of rain, the lake is now back where it was weeks ago. The lake is not 6 feet below the road. In the low areas, it won't take much to flood the road, then yards again, septics, wells, and the houses will follow. Yes, we've heard your comments at the end of previous council meetings. Still, no real plan or real solution has been set forth. We don't have time to wait for studies or years of engineering. Something needs to be done now to prevent the flooding in our area. Please take the lake level back to the pre-2017 and request a revocation of the Royal Oaks Professional Center permit issued by the St. John's Water Management District. This permit was added onto and modified without the Water District's knowledge. The permit says it can be revoked if this happens. You gave a letter of no objection allowing the permit to go forward, so you can ask for a revocation. This permit has created a pipeline for millions of gallons of water. This water is not only coming from properties in the city of Orange City, but also properties in the county of Volusia County. We don't have time. Please act on this immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Pante.
Good morning, Council. I want to publicly thank Jeff Brower and Troy Kent for standing with the residents and publicly opposing the fuel terminal. I also want to thank Senator Tom Leake and Chase Tremont for their dedication in getting it moved out of Volusia County. I still wish our legislator would have petitioned the governor to not allow these to be built anywhere in our state so as not to impact our air quality, water supply, ecosystem, and other people's homes and quality of life. Only this is not over. The county still has more work to do to keep another industrial project from rearing its ugly head in a location because of inappropriate zoning. We request the county purchase the land at 874 Hull Road with the ECHO and Volusia Forever funds earmarked for Councilman Dempsey's motocross track and place this land in conservation. The land can have an unpaved walkable trail and be turned into a fruit tree park for all Volusia County residents to enjoy. Picnic tables and grills can be added so that families using the sports complex can gather. If more funds are needed to purchase the land, you can enter into a joint venture with the City of Ormond Beach. They are currently paying fees to the landowner for lines they have running through the property each year. This would be a win for all involved, the county, the city, and the residents. Really, there should have been a stipulation in accepting the $10 million taxpayer dollars to relocate that property. At the very least, the zoning needs to be changed to its original designation of agricultural. On another topic, when is Councilman Kent's suggestion of banning building on wetlands and eliminating mitigation banks coming up for discussion? This really needed to be a county council priority instead of a motocross track that appears to be borderline embezzlement of taxpayer dollars for a pet project of 2 voting council members. The council really needs to get serious on addressing this, as it will be a cog of many to assist in curbing our growing flooding problems associated with overdevelopment. In closing, if considerations are made for council members to speak via video, then the public needs to be given the same consideration, especially in light that we have disabled residents who are unable to attend council meetings and participate. Thank you for your time and consideration on these important issues.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Catherine. John Nicholson?
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things. One, with regard to Miller Lake, it appeared in that picture that there was a small lake just south of Miller Lake, and it appeared to be a unobstructed access from where the water started to that little lake. Is there a possibility of diverting some of the water to that? Secondly, when you put in big lots, where does their water go? I mean, that's acres and acres of asphalt, and when you put it there, they should be required to hold it on property. And if they haven't required that in the past, it should be done now because it's too much damage to the surrounding community. Secondly, with regard to the comments made by the gentleman 2 weeks ago, I've been to 4,000 or 5,000 meetings. The meetings here at the county, I can recall probably 6 times that somebody used a vulgarity. 3 times while you guys sat here. Twice, within seconds, Troy Kent objected to the language. You will admit that, correct? This council has never accepted vulgarity, never. When you read the article, it appears to say you guys don't care. And that's what the public hears. And unfortunately, they were not here. Less than 1% of the population comes to our meetings, all right? They rely on what's printed. And what's printed becomes fact, becomes the truth. And it's not the truth. I don't know how we get it out there, but it's not. During that conversation, I turned to my neighbor and I said, "Did he say the N-word?" And she goes, I'm not quite sure. And the lady that always sits behind me says, "No, I think he did." So the 3 of us who sit the exact same distance from here that you all sit, we didn't understand him. So if we didn't, it's understandable that you guys possibly did not. Also, he comes on occasion, and I won't say never, but I never recall him saying anything pertaining to the county. It's always the state, it's always the nation, it's always whatever. He doesn't articulate well. His enunciation, and he always reads. He gets a piece of paper, and he goes so fast, he wants to get everything said. So you really don't understand him, and when he gets lost, he mumbles. So it's not clear cut. And when Cynthia says, "Oh, you absolutely knew," no, you did not absolutely know. And she gives the impression, and that impression lasts in the black community, and it shouldn't. All right? The lady that from Stetson, I'm sorry, she hears that language, but it is not common. It's not indicative of what we normally hear. I rarely ever hear a white person use that word. I absolutely always hear a black person. So if the black community doesn't want it, black community's got to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try this, Jade. Jade Sujavana. Come up here and tell us what your last name is. You think I'd get it down now? This is your 3rd or 4th time here. Welcome.
Morning, Jate Sachawanich, District 1. Representing my mother. First of all, I would like to respond to the slur that was used in these council chambers. It was very shocking to me. I mean, I kind of listened to the speaker and then I couldn't even tell what he was talking about, and then suddenly I heard the slur, and then so I understand how probably a lot of people were tuning him out because he was making no sense, at least in my opinion. So I used my First Amendment right to condemn that, and then just moving forward, it'd be great if the council could express condemnation as well. Second issue is the LIHTC tax credit for the development next to the Sunrail station. My understanding is that program of tax credits is not very effective because after about 15 years, there's no teeth to enforcement like if the developer does not meet the requirements of the law, and it's they kind of have to just go on the honor system, and then if they don't honor that, then the government is going to lose the taxes. It's unclear to me if the rent controls are going to be enough for lower cost housing. The third issue that I'm here to talk about is flooding. I support the Miller Lake community. And then, of course, my mother's home was damaged in the flooding from Hurricane Milton. I haven't received word of any action by the county on stormwater. We're waiting for information. I think we're waiting for studies. I understand that it's a long process to wait for the engineering firms to do other studies, but we're looking for more action, like pumps. If there's a lot of rain this year, can the county roll the vacuum trucks and then clear out that stormwater infrastructure? I received word that after Milton, the road itself was flooded, and the county did roll the vacuum trucks and then clear out the roadway in Country Club Estates. So I'm just looking for more action for that. People have nearly lost their lives on Orange Camp Road, and then their properties, which they've paid for their entire lives, they've lost as well, or damaged.
Thank you. David Jewell.
David Jewell, 2040 Tony Street, unincorporated Volusia County in Ormond Beach. I started learning about stormwater and flooding about 3 years ago when they wanted to permit a development across the street from my house. There's some flooding coming there now from there. Most of my work has been with the city council or the city commission in Ormond Beach. I've spoke several times before that commission. I found an article a couple of years ago written by a St. John's Water Management Council. His name was E. Lee Warsham. He had a practice in West Palm. He's since deceased. He had a co-writer named Leslie Cohen. I spoke to her for about an hour on the phone one day about the article that the two of them wrote. It's a 12-page article that was published in the Florida Bar Journal. It's supported by 6 pages of case law from Florida Supreme Court. This article tells everything one needs to know about stormwater and flooding, the rules, permitting, St. John's, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I visited there on Wednesday last week and found out that they are on a gag order. They can't talk about issuing 404s. Nationwide 404 permit issuing has been shut down in Washington, D.C. by Judge Randolph Moss. It was a 380-page letter from 7 different environmental groups about Florida's issuing of 404 permits. They weren't following the rules. They were doing it illegally. Some of the permits were considered permit not required, and the judge shut down Florida, New Jersey, Michigan, and the entire United States. That was on February 15th of 24. I checked the internet last night. It's still shut down. The only 404 permit work that's being done currently is by the Army Corps of Engineers. There's 2 areas where I live. That it?
Thank
I'm
you.
done?
Yeah,
Okay,
3 minutes flies by.
thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes the opening public participation. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
Motion to
Mr.
approve.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dempsey has asked for us to postpone item 6 until my understanding was the next meeting. So
I move that we withdraw item 6 and schedule it for our next regularly scheduled meeting.
And then approve the agenda?
And then approve the agenda, the remaining agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the agenda without item 6. That makes for a quick day. Do you want to skip the dog beach as well, Mr. Kent?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, is there a,
Strike one, Chairman.
is there a second to the motion?
Yes, I seconded it.
Second by Troy Kent.
Approval of the agenda absent item 6, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Discussion on the rest of the agenda? Before we
Pardon
vote? Discussion before we vote?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second, so you are free to discuss.
Strike that.
Like that? Okay.
I read what I needed to.
Okay. All right. All in favor of approving the agenda, except for item 6, which will be postponed until the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved. I guess 6-0. Is Don listening to this?
it's my understanding he is listening right now,
Okay.
and that I would assume his vote would be yes
Well,
for this.
Okay.
If I could just clarify it, probably I would ask for a short recess. I know we're having
Okay.
technical issues. If he can't participate in the discussion, he's not going to be able to participate in votes. So
Correct.
let's take a short recess if we could and figure out where we are with that, if that'd be my suggestion.
Okay. I wanted to get past the agenda approval first, but
Mr. Dempsey, it's my understanding that if this is approved to postpone item 6, he's going to remove himself from the rest of the
Okay.
meeting.
okay. That solves that issue. So the rest of the sound is working?
Yes, sir.
We can continue on. Okay. All right. Consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull for a vote on the consent agenda, or an item that they would just like discussed after the vote? Councilman Kent.
Yes, Chairman. I want to pull item H for a vote.
Okay. Okay, H for a vote. Anyone else? All right, then before we vote on the rest of the agenda, we have a member of the public who would like to speak on item L. So we will give Elliot an opportunity to do that. Elliot Patterson, are you here?
Good morning, County Chair and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding Safe Digging Month. My name is Elliot Patterson. I'm a Safety Education Liaison with Sunshine 811. We're located at 11 Plantation Road in DeBerry. We are Florida's nonprofit organization that the law requires people to contact before beginning any digging projects. I cover the Central Florida region, working with contractors, utility companies, and homeowners to help make sure underground utilities are protected and safe digging is done properly. We're proud to be based right here in Volusia County while serving the entire state. Whether it's a large construction project, sidewalk improvements, road widenings, or a homeowner planting a tree, our mission is to help prevent damage and ensure community safety. And Sunshine 811 is a free service with both a toll-free number and a 24/7 online system that allows people to notify utility companies before digging work begins. This gives utilities time to locate and mark their underground lines. Safe digging is more important than ever. In our last fiscal year, we processed more than 2.2 million locate requests statewide. Florida is one of the fastest growing states for construction. And with that growth comes more digging and more risk. With nearly 1 million miles of underground utility lines across Florida, we're seeing an average of 73 line strikes per day. The leading cause of these incidents is not contacting 811 before digging. That's why April, recognized nationally as Safe Digging Month, is so important. We're increasing outreach and public awareness through a statewide campaign, and this year we've added a new Safe Digging pledge, encouraging both professionals and public to commit to safe digging practices. You can sign the pledge and learn more at sunshine811.com. On behalf of Sunshine 811, I want to thank you for your time and for considering the proclamation recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. We appreciate your continued support in helping protect Florida's infrastructure and keeping Volusia County safe. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come in and bring that to our attention. Having used your service many times in business, it works well, quickly, and efficiently. So thanks for coming in. So we will vote on the
Chairman, motion to approve the consent absent item H.
absent item H. Motion to approve by Troy Kent, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And there are 5 of us now, so that is approved 5-0. And now we will move to item H for a vote. And the Museum of Art DeLand requests to resend ECHO grants.
Chairman, may I jump in on this?
You may.
They're right up front. They're sitting up front.
Oh.
Dr. Burball's right there. Thank you, council. I probably will approve this. This is rare that this comes before us, Dr. Burball. But my question to you is, and I'll ask the question before I have just a couple of very brief comments, but my question to you is, does this make the county whole? Because, we get a tremendous amount of correspondence between our constituents, and I read every email that comes to me. And on my way home from work, I always usually tend to have phone calls that I make, returning calls and talking to constituents. Mr. Chester is someone who, when I get his emails, I read them, and then sometimes I have to go back and read them a second time. And I don't always agree with him, and I know he doesn't always agree with me, but he helps make me think. He recently sent the council an email asking some questions, and I just wanted to hear from staff. And like I said, I think I'm leaning towards approving this, but he brings a depth of history to this particular project, and I'm just curious. I'll repeat the question: does this make the county whole?
So the payback is $603,526. The original grant amounts together $711,000. However, in the scope of services, the museum has provided these services to our community for 18 years. So when we look at it, it may not be making it whole with dollar to dollar, but they have provided services to our community for 18 years. There is a council-approved formula that we use for paybacks, and if you ask to pay it back in the first half of the grant, you will pay back, all of the funds. In the second half of the grant, there's a multiplier, and it reduces. As you can see here, they're still from a $100,000 grant that has 2 years left on it. They still owe us $20,000.
Okay. Was there any discussion with the museum, because they're selling the property?
Yes.
Was there any discussion, negotiations about making us completely whole financially? Or
There-
did we just use the formula?
That's the council adopted formula. We can certainly look at that if you'd like us to, but that's in the restrictive covenants. That's the binding document.
Council, I hate to do deals on the fly. Actually, I kind of like it. But you know, I would really enthusiastically approve this if the seller of the property were to step forward and say they wanted to 100% make the taxpayers of Volusia County 100% completely whole, and come up with that. How much is it? 100,000, 100 and some odd thousand?
117.
170, almost 200,000. 117. Yeah.
So do you have
It's an offering to the property owner to see if they are willing to do that. And I hear crickets, but if there was anybody else on the council that agreed and spoke about this, then I would make it a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on one second. We can't just all start shouting out from the audience. Did somebody else to my left wanted to speak or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I just want to say, absent any comment or feedback from the property owners, and Troy's request does interest me, I would move to just table this item to the next meeting and give them an opportunity to talk to staff, see what they come back with.
Motion?
Yes, sir.
I like where this is going, so I'll second that.
I have a motion to table to a time certain.
Next
or
meeting.
Table this until the next scheduled meeting. And the second was by Troy Kent. Is the museum owner here?
You got to wait till you get in front of the microphone to speak so it can be on the record.
My way out the door to go back to work. When I thought Troy was asking for the buyers to make whole the 100,000, but you are asking for the museum to make whole the 100,000. We are going by the restrictive covenants that we signed and by the rules of the ECHO grant. That is what we're asking for. We are asking to comply for repayment. Talking about Mr. Chester and all of his history, I probably wrote one of the first ECHO grants in the area and have been writing them ever since, what is it now, 22, 23 years. So I know when I write a grant and we sign it and we go through all of the motions, we know what the rules are and we know what the outcome is going to be. So that's what I am standing on here today. I can understand if you want to make changes moving forward, but right now we have complied for all these years with every ECHO grant and playing by the rules. And as Dr. Burbaugh said, we have been providing services to Volusia County for all these years and have clearly exceeded, our value has exceeded $170,000. So that's all. I'm just here to say we have lived by the ECHO rules, the covenants, and we are asking the county to do the same. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm here to answer any other questions. The museum isn't being sold. It's not something that can be sold. It's a consolidation. The museum has been here for 75 years in no fewer than 6 different addresses. We adapt with the community and the economy, and we have been doing that for 3/4 of a century. And we will continue to do that.
Thank you. Troy and Danny, do you have questions for the director or staff?
Mrs. Patty Pardee.
I do not have questions for her, just a follow-up comment.
I have one question for Dr. Burball. If we table this for 2 weeks, does that in any way affect the sale of the property?
When's closing? I have no answer for that. I can't answer on behalf
Okay.
of the.
Okay, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll just say, I've never met the executive director. She, that I can remember, but she seems very passionate about this. And I found that money can make you passionate. And I'll just say publicly that it's my job as your District 4 representative to be passionate about your tax dollars and ask these questions and always try to get the best deal for you. Council, in 2 weeks, I may agree that, this was the deal that was placed before and I should go ahead and honor it. But I love that bringing it up, it tickled the buying bone of Mr. Santiago to at least want to discuss it, and possibly others, because that is a win more so for the taxpayers of Volusia County, and I'm all about that every day. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, I'm absolutely on board with the thought process. Something I'm concerned about real quick, Brad, contractually, is this within compliance? Are they following the rules?
Yes, sir.
Obviously delaying that may hinder, would we be in a breach of any contract? Because we had, even though we don't probably collectively agree on the terms, this may be something, council, where we have to eat crow on this, and then let's reevaluate the language in it, and maybe add Mr. Kent's suggestion in there that there is some sort of formula for payback. But as it stands right now, we can wait, but it's probably not going to change the inevitable. If that's not in the contract, it's as good as the paper it's written on. So, in other words, it won't matter. I'm good for doing anything if it means that we're not going to dig ourselves a little bit of a legal hole. So, can you answer? Can you help us?
I only play a lawyer on TV, so the county attorney's office on that question.
We can take a look at the policy piece and compare it to the agreement. I can't speak to it right now, so I'd have to take a look at it.
Oh, good.
Councilman Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate, Mr. Kent and Mr. Santiago, your view on that. I totally do. Contractually, they had a contract, they signed it. They abided by that contract. There was a comment made, and I'm not trying to stir anything, but there was a comment made on several occasions that individuals don't like the carpet pulled out from underneath them. We are pulling the carpet out from underneath these people when they abided by a contract. So I appreciate the sentiment, but I also believe in being fair. We are elected to be fair, and I think being fair is to the museum abided by that contract, and then ninth inning, 2 outs, full count, we're saying we just changed the rules, or we're going to postpone it, which may ultimately affect the sale of that property. So I therefore I cannot be on board with that.
Thank you. I agree with you. I really like the idea of trying to get the $117,000, but I don't feel good about changing the rules on the fly. If you're confirming that these are the rules and they have abided by them, then we need to follow that and look towards changing the rules in the future, but not in the middle of the game here. So we'll see how the vote goes. Any other comments? Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I actually get where you're coming from, Chair, and Mr. Reinhardt. I think 2-week opportunity is why I supported the idea. So, all contracts are negotiable, right? And if something comes out of it, or if the rules come back, from our legal department that says, hey, clean cut, they're good, they're just gonna follow through, then we make that final decision. But, you know, real estate contracts often have delays. I mean, I don't know the particular details of this real estate contract. So I want to give Mr. Troy here an opportunity to see if they can bear some fruit on that idea. That's why I'm supporting it.
Okay. Else?
Yes,
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. My last comment on this, I believe. I don't disagree with Mr. Reinhardt or you, Chairman. I don't, and I certainly don't disagree with the good gentleman next to me here, Mr. Santiago. Everything you've all have said has made to me perfect common sense, and I can get behind that. That being said, I don't think that a 2-week delay, when this could bear more fruit for our taxpayers, and I said it earlier and I'll say it again on the public record, if it comes back, or if we were told right now from legal, with the comment from staff that this is the best we're going to get and this is the contract, I will work diligently to make changes for the future, but I would approve it right now today for them. But if there's an opportunity for us to possibly benefit the taxpayers a little more, I'm happy to do that as well, which is why I'll support this.
Thank you. And legal staff, you don't know at this point if this follows the contract to the letter of the law.
No, sir, just need to double check. I've not looked at the agreement.
Okay. Okay. And nobody knows how this affects the sale if we wait 2 weeks.
No, but I would note
Silence.
you did ask.
Yes, we did. Okay. Then I think that changes my vote then if there's no response to that. Carissa, would you call the roll, please? And the motion is to table this for 2 weeks, bring it back to next meeting to give us a more complete picture of what's happening here.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And the motion passes 4-1, and we will take this up in 2 weeks. And that completes the consent agenda. Did you want to do Q1 at this point? Or did we just cover that with the consent agenda?
You covered it with the consent agenda.
Okay. Item 3, proclamations to be presented inside chambers, First Responders Heroes Day and Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Pat, you're going to do this?
Yeah, let's start with the First Responder Heroes Day. Can we ask them all to come down here? Here, why don't y'all stand right about here? Okay. Thank you all for coming, and I'd like to ask Mr. Robbins to read the proclamation now.
Thank you, Pat, and good morning, everyone. Welcome. Today we're joined by some very special people, our heroes right here at home, who on a daily basis get up, put a uniform on, and man a post, and without hesitation or second thought, choose to put their lives on the line, run towards danger, while many others have a tendency to run away. And the morning of February 4th is a perfect example of just that. And if Michael Ryan could play the video to show why we're all here today. Thank you. Do we have sound?
You're not going to provide your own
Yeah,
sound?
I'm gonna do sound effects for it. Yeah, it's tubas.
Yeah.
So, folks, just a quick
back over there.
a quick briefing on what transpired. There was a some sort of medical emergency out on one of our lakes. I believe it was Lake Diaz. Person was unconscious. Boat was running under power, underway, and we had a tremendous amount of coordination and dynamics and collaboration between three entities within Volusia County at the same time who responded. Our evac, our fire services, and our deputies. And what a tremendous event. This is just a little token of what they do and save and protect our community and ultimately, correct me, Mr. Hughes, save this person's life. So we're thankful for that, and today we want to honor you guys. You guys don't get it enough, and we appreciate you dearly. So, whereas the men and women of our first responder teams dedicate their lives to serving and protecting our communities, these brave individuals risk their own safety to respond to emergencies, often facing dangerous situations with courage and professionalism. And whereas Volusia County's first responder teams once again proved their mettle on February 4th, 2025, when a man lost consciousness while boating on Lake Diaz, and whereas teams from Volusia County Fire, Volusia Sheriff's Office, and Volusia County EMS responded immediately and pulled all the stops to board the rapidly spinning boat and rescue the unconscious man. And whereas riding with VSO Marine Unit, VCFR Technical Rescue Deputy Team Leader John Kipp boarded the out-of-control boat, turned off the ignition, providing life safety or life-saving care, and returned the man to shore. And whereas this valiant rescue also included Fire Marshal Shane Leno, who established command on shore, along with Lieutenant Corey Phillips, and firefighters Michael Kurland and Giovanni Salas. And whereas Volusia County Sheriff's Office employees Captain Anthony Shank, Sergeant Brody Hughes, and Senior Deputy Matt Seltzer, who I might ask never ages, provided critical support with assistance from citizens on patrol, volunteer Charles McCrary, who reported the incident, and whereas paramedic Andrew Faulkner and emergency medical technician Harry Short stabilized the patient and transported him to a local hospital for treatment. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 4th, 2025 as First Responder Heroes Day. Thank you guys very, very much. Thank you.
Danny, you're right. Seltzer never ages. I met him like 20 years ago maybe, and he looks the same. Yeah.
Okay, County Council, take a step that way. And District, bottom row, take a step that way. This is nice. Good. Ready? Wait a minute. It's coming. Gotcha. One more time. Ready? Very good. Thank you. And I have a proclamation.
Now, Danny, would you have jumped in the boat back in your law enforcement days? Maybe.
Should we take one more picture? I should have done this the first time. Everybody show us your proclamations. Okay, one more time. Mr. Santiago, take a step that way. Yes, that's it. Ready? Gotcha.
1, 2, 3. Thanks, guys.
And now we'd like to honor our telecommunicators. Do we have some telecommunicators in the audience?
Thank you, Pat, for the introduction of these fine folks here. You know, coming from the emergency response and law enforcement background, I've seen over the years often when we think of first responders and critical employees, we often think of our deputies, our corrections, and fire. But an integral part of the system is our dispatchers, and you know, they hear all this stuff coming in. They're tasked with doing a lot at once under extreme pressure when you have critical incidents going down or victims that need an emergency response. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the council. Thank you for everything that you guys do, and we recognize you guys as a great part of this machine that keeps us going and keeps us safe. So thank you. This week, we have Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and by proclamation, Volusia County, Florida, whereas Public Safety Telecommunicators Week honors the unsung heroes who answer our emergency calls and ensure the prompt response of emergency services. And whereas professional public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our residents have with emergency services, and whereas they are vital links for our law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics by monitoring their activities by radio, providing crucial information to them and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas professional telecommunicators continuously uphold the highest standards of their profession through training programs. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 13th to April 19th, 2025 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Thank you guys so much.
And to prevent glare, tip it toward us a bit. That's it. Yes.
Get your photo.
Okay. All right, County Council, go that way. Okay, we're good. Ready? One more for me.
Good. Thank you. The ladies and gentlemen, before you leave the room, I want the three of you to know, I don't think we've ever done a whole week before. We've always done a day. So super congratulations. But what I wanted to say really is that I've been to your facility and toured it several times. I've watched you work. I wouldn't do your job. The stress level seems enormous. You do it well. You do save lives. You're the unseen heroes in public safety. So thank you for hanging in there, and look forward to coming and seeing you during your week of celebration. Thank you. Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo a little bit what you said, and thank you for everybody's service. That's not a tough job. I mean, it is a tough job. Sorry, I said it's not, but I couldn't do what you do. So thank you for your service. And Mr. Chair, I'm a little bit bummed out because I was hoping to take a picture with Mike Chitwood. That didn't happen.
You still can, sir.
Mr. Chair, can we have a motion and a vote?
Motion to approve. Item 3.
We have a motion to approve item 3, both the Heroes Day and Telecommunicators Week by Vice Chair Reinhardt, and a second by anybody?
Second.
Second by Troy, or David Santiago. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it's approved 5-0. And now, oh,
I wish. I wish.
okay, we have props. Item 4, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report by Ryan Osowski.
Move to approve.
Thank you for your brief comment, sir. Is there a second?
You know, that actually has happened in the past. That wouldn't be unprecedented. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer, and Zach, our auditor, told me to tell you that it was a hard audit year, and this is why. This is evidence of that. But no, none unrelated accident at home. What you have here is the result of 6 months of hard work by the accounting division, coordinating with our external auditors, James Moore and Company. The budget is the beginning of the financial process of any year where we set forth the plan on how we're going to prioritize the needs of the community and projects, and we set the budget, and that starts before the year. Then we execute that during the fiscal year, and then afterwards we compile this report, and it gets audited that shows the exact spending that was done throughout the year and our financial position. It's very much used by our debt holders, bond rating agencies. You may recall that we just recently issued a bond and we received a AA rating from S&P, and S&P uses this report to continually monitor us and update our rating, as well as to establish that initial rating. So this audit is kind of like a report of what's happened. It may not be that interesting because the budget kind of tells you what's going to happen, and we're so used to everything that we say we're going to do, we do. But this is really the report that shows what we did. The auditors are going to go through a presentation, and I want to briefly make one comment on that presentation. There is a slide on there that talks about our ending fund balance for the general fund, but I do want to preface that that was the ending fund balance for September 30th, 2024. We estimate that number when we prepare the budget for 2025. So there was already an estimate knowing kind of what fund balance we would roll into fiscal year 25 with. Part of our plan in fiscal year 25 was to actually spend down part of those reserves. That included $15 million for the sheriff's facility, $4 million for the enterprise resource planning software that we're going to have to upgrade soon, $10 million for the Holzenbach building, which will save the general fund $700,000 a year and provide that money to the airport fund in accordance with FAA regulations. Setting aside those one-time monies for strategic long-term savings like that, or capital projects like the sheriff's office or other necessary capital, was factored into the development of the 25 budget. So the reserve number that you see up there and the percentage that you see up there today is accurate as of September 30th, 2024, but we're now 6 months into a new year, and the new year's plan included spending down some of those reserves. So just keep that in mind. All in total, we've executed already $36 million of transfers out of the number that's going to be presented there. So we are still in a good position, but I would not by any means say that we're in an excess reserve position. With that, my accounting director, Lynn Rice, who is the division that oversees this report, has a few words she'd like to add, and then we'll hand it over to James Moore for their regular presentation.
Thank you, Ryan. Lynn Rice, accounting director. I would just like to thank my entire accounting division for all the hard work that they do to put this, all the work that they do, and then put the financial report together. Most notably, my professional accounting staff, who is here, if you could stand really quick, as well as my admin staff. They are who puts the entire report together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I would also like to thank Brad Harris with Economic Development. He gives us a lot of information on the economic status for a portion of this report. The finance grant accountants, Roger Wittenberg and Jennifer Madewell. Thank you. Veronica Black, the new budget director, and her team, as well as Wanda Lindberg, the CFO with the tax collector. She is a big part of preparing this report. So with that being said, I would like to hand it over to Zach Schauffer with James Moore Company.
Thank you, Lynn, and good evening, or good morning still. Zach Schauffer, partner, James Moore and Company. So we do have a PowerPoint on the screen. As usual, I'll keep it pretty high level, but would like to echo thanks to everyone involved in the process, as always the council for the opportunity, but your accounting division, all of the constitutional officers and their teams, as we also work through audits over each constitutional office. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and from just a totally kind of black and white perspective, we are 6 months to the day of the first day of the new fiscal year, October 1st. But I do want to highlight the fact that from a timeliness standpoint, this is the earliest your team has had this, ready to go out the door. So a big accomplishment there, just, kind of evidence of that team functioning as a high level. Of the 12 counties that James Moore audits, this is the first one to the finish line for this audit cycle. So did want to just kind of highlight that as well. For additional perspective of, yes, it's 6 months after year end, but in the world of governmental accounting and what goes into this report, that is a pretty quick turnaround. That's about as good as you are able to do. So as always, as mentioned, the county does prepare what we call an ACFR, or an Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Last year's document, as always, is submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association for evaluation in terms of, did that document meet the terms of that additional increased reporting criteria beyond what's required by state statute. Last year's document received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. We would expect this year's to receive that as well. So the big document you look at, those are management's financial statements. There are 5 reports that we issue that summarize the results of the audit. The first is the audit report on the financial statements, where we did issue an unmodified opinion that the numbers are fairly presented in all material respects, effectively that the numbers can be relied upon. We also issue a report on internal control and compliance. While this is not an internal control audit, if in our testing we come across any key financial processes that are not designed appropriately or any deficiencies in the functioning of those controls in our testing, we would note those here. We had no such findings. The only item noted this year was related to the single audit testing, which was really just a carryover. We had a prior year comment tied into a technology issue a couple years ago. Had some carryover there, but we expect that comment to be fully resolved, really just the timing of when that IT issue arose that led into some of that testing. So again, we had to repeat that this year, though it was at a lesser level, but do fully expect, based on what we saw, for that to be fully corrected when we look at that in next year's audit. The last 2 reports, kind of a catch-all from the state of Florida. If there's any financial condition issues, other specific areas the state wants us to look at, we would have to report back on those, and we had no modifications in those reports as well. So from a fund balance perspective, as Ryan indicated, I always like to kind of look at, okay, where are we in the general fund, and what does that look like as a percent relative to what is spent in the year? With the separate law enforcement millage, kind of had to figure out, okay, what's the best way to look at apples to apples? So I took your 001 budgetary general fund plus the law enforcement fund to kind of get the core majority of those operations, because those reserves really reside in your budgetary 001 general fund. So here we have summarized your fund balance in those 2 funds. The bulk of those numbers are in what we call assigned and unassigned. Assigned basically means there are identified uses or intentional reserves or planned transfers or spend downs, as Ryan indicated. Not much in the restricted buckets here. That's because, from a general standpoint, all of your restricted funds, you typically have those running through special revenue funds and otherwise to really have the transparency and accountability over the use of those dollars in terms of seeing very clearly what restricted dollars came in and how much went out. And we do spend a lot of our audit testing kind of focused on that and came across no issues with regard to anything not being charged to the appropriate bucket. So looking at your assigned plus your unassigned fund balance, about $125 million across those two funds relative to what was spent and transferred out for debt or other purposes to other funds, about $370 million. We come to a reserve of about 4 months, a little over 33%. The GFOA recommendation, they have a series of just best practices, benchmarking. They recommend that an absolute bare minimum reserve be maintained of 2 months by this measurement, acknowledging that when you have risk factors such as being prone to natural disasters, things like that, those are reasons to consider being some degree higher. So this is one where kind of from what we see, very middle of the road, a healthy level, a little bit over that minimum, but still pretty close to that level and pretty consistent year over year when we kind of go back and look and say, where has that number been over the course of the last few years. I do like to look at your proprietary funds. There, the key measurement we look at is your unrestricted net position, kind of just the bottom line to say, okay, in what direction are these funds moving? In some funds, such as the airport, there can be fluctuation based on timing of capital projects and things of that nature. But overall, everything as we look at it, things moving in the right direction and no red flags really that came to our attention looking at the overall financial performance of these funds. And then finally, I do always like to just touch on the grant side of things in terms of to what extent the county is leveraging federal and state dollars. This year, a little bit over $75 million spent, bringing those outside dollars into spending within the county. And then the final item that I touch on every year relates to your net pension liability. In the financial statements, there is what we call a net pension liability presented. It's a substantial number, but I always like to just echo for the record that this is a theoretical presentation of the county's allocation from the FRS system. The real liability you all cover from a budgetary basis where you have your retirement contributions in the budget every month based on payroll. The county and all the constitutional officers are remitting to FRS, and that has been done on a consistent basis. So those are the highlights. I'll be glad to answer any questions, and thank you all for the chance to be here.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
No question, Mr. Chair. I was going to move to accept the report.
Second.
Have a motion to approve and accept the report by David Santiago. Second was by Danny Robbins. Are there any questions? Councilman Kent.
No questions, just comments, Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Shalafor, always good to see you, even if it's once a year. It's nice to see you, and I think we've done this between the city of Ormond Beach. My time as an elected representative there and here at least 10 years is what I'm guessing. Does Ormond still use James Moore and Company?
Yes.
They're smart. You guys are a great group, and I appreciate the thorough audit that you do here for the county of Volusia. With that being said, Chairman, I want to thank our accounting staff for their hard work that they put into this project so that we can be totally transparent with our bosses, our taxpayers. And it's refreshing yet again, and council, this is to all of us sitting up here, our financial house is in order. And that's hugely important for the public to know. And that does not get lost on me. That is because it is my belief that we truly have 7 fiscal conservatives sitting up here making decisions. And now I'm going to go a step further with our management team and our legal team, and that is with George Rechtenwald and Michael Dyer. You keep tight reins on the budget of Volusia County, both of you. And I've always said it's easy to spend money when it's not yours, but I always feel like my vote's up here like this is my money, which it is. I'm a taxpayer, as all of us are. And George and Mike, I feel like you two also feel like it's your money. And those decisions are made not lightly, which is why, yet again, I am pleased to say, and we heard it from James Moore and Company, Mr. Shalafor, our financial house is in order in Volusia County. Thanks for being here, Zach.
Councilman Santiago.
I just want to add a comment to that, because I think that's a good statement there, Troy, about our financial house is in order. And I just want to expand on that. Even last year, we cut taxes, we cut fees, we eliminated we eliminated some programs. We eliminated the communication services tax. We eliminated the BTR, the business tax receipt, and we were able to do that and still keep our financial house in order. So I look forward to see what we come up with this year, George. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve. No more questions? Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 5-0. Thank you for your report. Ryan, thank you for the work that you do. I just echo what the other council members say, but I'm a little concerned with you. You're looks like you're working yourself to the just a little accident. Okay. And I just skipped item 5 because okay. Yeah, no support for
Chairman, that's strike 2.
Haven't voted yet. Okay, item 5, ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance amending section 20-113B to convert the pilot status to ongoing for dogs on the beach in the current designated area.
Good morning, County Council. Randa Matusiak, Director, Public Protection. And yes, just as you stated, ultimately the item in front of you is to remove the language that designates the dog beach as a pilot program and extends it then indefinitely, basically. So just a real quick report on the dog beach program. So in July 23, this council approved the Dog Beach Pilot Program, which would be an 18-month program. So it began on November 1st of 2023 with some funding support provided by the Lohman family and then Daytona Dog Beach. So the Lohman family donated $100,000, and then Daytona Dog Beach donated $8,000 for the dog waste bags. And then, so we got to work, and so it's kicked off again November 1st, 2023. Animal Services did staff that to monitor and enforce any kind of rules there on the dog beach, and we were able to staff it for about 31 hours per week. So that fluctuated based on the staffing that we had, hiring the part-time people to be able to work the dog beach, and ultimately observed about 35 dogs per day out there on the dog beach. So about 13,000 dogs for the reporting period. So for the purposes of this report also, it would extend from November 1st, 2023 through October 31, 2024. So it's a year so that we could compile the report. As far as monitoring and enforcement goes, we experienced no bites, which is great news there. The most prominent issue that we faced really were leash instances, and all of those were able to be resolved through education. So we were able to gain compliance really with everybody out there on the dog beach. In addition to our efforts through Animal Services, we also had Daytona Dog Beach providing some volunteer efforts. So they provided almost 1,300 hours of service and picked up almost 4,000 pounds of trash. Of those 4,000 pounds of trash, almost, there were 86 dog waste instances that were addressed by Daytona Dog Beach. And for us, for animal control officers, only 15 dog waste instances. And that was, again, noticing that somebody didn't pick up after their pet. They noticed or they educated the owner, and they did go ahead and pick up then after their pet. So some very few instances and no instances really of aggressive dogs or anything like that that we experienced, either through observing or through reports. Other concerns that were mentioned during the pilot program or the discussion leading up to this was environmental concerns or problems with dogs then throughout the beach. So the environmental concerns, there were 4 complaints that were in the turtle nesting area, 4 complaints also just north of the dog beach, because we did have some people, so that was kind of the one concern that we had, was people moving into the dog beach and having dogs just north of the designated area. Beyond that, though, no notable disturbances of any when environmental does their surveys for shoreline birds. The other concern was the potential for increased animal activity. We didn't notice any notable change to the number of dogs that are on the beach outside of the area. We've historically had issues with people taking dogs to areas that were not designated as dog beach areas. And so law enforcement, so the sheriff's office and beach safety continue to educate on that. And typically we can gain compliance again through education. Annual costs. So again, we had about $108,000 that were donated. It did cost a little bit over that. So the first year expenses, $123,356. Most of that was from animal services, staff time. Then we had coastal and beach safety. Coastal and beach safety, there was some staff time considered with that as well to be able to refill the dog bags, and then supplies for the dog beach. For continued performance here, we would be looking at an estimated around $60,000 because we would propose to redo some of the enforcement strategy because we didn't see a ton of issues with the with following the rules out there on the dog beach. We would recommend not staffing that for full-time officer. It's 0.6 miles on the beach, and so we would kind of build that into zones that we would typically patrol with our animal control officers. And then there is a continued commitment that Daytona Dog Beach has expressed through volunteer services, and then also to continue to donate those dog waste bags. So overall, it was a successful implementation that included some collaboration across a number of divisions and departments in the county. So very, very appreciative of the efforts of the Coastal Division, Environmental Management, and then also Beach Safety and Animal Services. While we did exceed the initial costs that we had anticipated, we do anticipate lower costs moving forward. And there's ways that we can kind of shift that around too, depending on what kind of enforcement strategies we want to take, the increased volunteer efforts and things like that. And again, no significant problems that were observed during the pilot period. Important to highlight here again, 0 bites, 0 instances with aggressive dogs out there in the Dog Beach area. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for a good presentation. You answered actually you answered all my questions. My only follow-up is, can you, and I don't know if anybody from the public is going to talk about this part, I'm more concerned on the outside of the designated areas, right? I think you gave an update, but are we receiving complaints from individuals of dog owners taking their dogs outside of the...
We are, but it's no more complaints, no fewer complaints really than we have historically.
Okay. And I wanted to know, Troy, if your thoughts, as I was reading this agenda, I recently was getting a lot of calls from the cat community. I want to see if we can amend this and add cats.
Mr. Santiago, it is a really good thing that I like you, man.
It's on leashes. It'll be more entertaining, actually. I'm just kidding. That's an April Fool's joke to all the cat folks and the dogs, okay? So, thank you for what you did.
He hasn't heard about my calls from the equestrian community. Yeah. We used to allow horses on the beach, and we even had a bull on the beach you could get your picture taken with.
Yeah, I think that's a different station. That's a different way station for those, so fair point.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. The equestrian thing would be I can just see people cringing out there about picking up that waste. I don't know. That might be an issue.
Bigger bags needed.
Oh, much bigger bags.
They make diapers.
Much. It's no secret when this first came up, I had questions about it. And I will tell you, I'm a big supporter of it now. So it's going to get my vote regardless. So that's a gimme. I know that something was said, and I'm going to ask this question, and yet you have my vote. But I am going to ask the question, being that conservative, you gave the expense annually about $60,000. Mm-hmm. Is that general fund? Are we using the parking fees on that? I know Troy had addressed that once before, and so I'm kind of curious. Again, it's getting my vote. I just want to ask that question.
Now.
But I've gotten overwhelming support. We have gotten so many emails. I tried to answer everyone. This will be the first time I will tell you that late last night, trying to have dinner, my wife said, "Put the phone down." So, because I'm just constantly answering the email. So, thank you everybody that showed up. Thank you everybody that showed their support for it. It makes us unique even more as a county, I do believe. And I know that we have some individuals out there that are wanting to see this successful for many more years to come. So once we get past this obstacle today, which I think we will, I think it's nothing but success from that point. But the question still lies. So thank you.
So the funding really was in the beach fund, which is essentially kind of your general fund that was carved out for the beach. I think Ryan would probably be a better way of explaining how that's carved out, but it's in our beach fund, so 178.
I don't think I want to make Ryan come down here again.
Stay put.
And
Yeah.
really, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay, thank you.
It's general fund.
I'm looking for, you had cost, I think you said 59,000 for enforcement?
Well, so the 59,000 was overall, so that would include our some salary for animal control officer, and then the equipment that's related to that, and then also the making sure that the waste stations are fully stocked with bags, and then there's some contractual expenses because we do remove those waste bag stations, or Coastal removes the stations when we remove all the assets from the beach for storms and things like that, and then it costs to replace them or put them back in, basically. So those types of expenses would still be there. Again, the operational expenses then for the ACO, but we would share that expense, or that's what we would like to do, so that we're not patrolling that 0.6 miles full time.
What is animal control doing? What are their...
So they're out there, they're monitoring. So they go out there and monitor. So they have their, there's two different kind of vehicles. We found that the truck was a little bit better for visibility's purposes, but they go out there in their animal control truck that's marked pretty clearly for animal control. They educate folks on dog safety issues, for instance, making sure they have equipment and water and things like that. Should a dog look like they're overheating, we have had instances where dogs will overheat, and they'll help take care of them. And then also educate people on the regulations for the dog beach. So all of those leash instances that we had where people might not have their dogs on a leash because they think it's maybe a dog park and they have them off leash, but we'll gain compliance pretty quickly. And then also there's a restriction for 6-foot leashes, and so people might have them on those retractable leashes that kind of extend beyond that. So they're out there to help educate, and they track if they have to talk to people more than once and things like that. But again, with the very few overall number of instances that we saw, that's a lot of resources for 0.6 miles.
Thank you. I'm getting, along with everybody else, a lot of email in support of this, but I'm curious because I got an email yesterday from a hotel owner, not directly in that vicinity, but the owner said she's actually getting guests from out of town because of the dog beach. I'm wondering if you have any idea what the breakdown is of local people that enjoy it and how many guests we're drawing in from out of town.
We don't have a breakdown of that. Yeah, we don't go and ask or survey. We do count, so they count the number of dogs that are out there. I can tell you for the people that work out there, they see regulars, so you start to get to know the people that are out there. They get to know our animal control officers, so we've had a really good kind of relationship with the people that are out there, especially those that are out there in the mornings and walking their dogs on the beach and things like that. Seem to be residents more so than tourists, but we don't collect that data for the breakdown of who's on the dog beach.
Okay.
Right.
No. Don't answer from there, but you can come up and speak in a minute. Don't mean to be rude, but I shouldn't have called you out. Okay, Mr. Kent.
Chairman, thank you. All of my questions have been answered. I just have comments, and I don't know if you want them now or you want me to wait until after the.
You have a
public
question? Comment. Go ahead.
You okay with comments? Thank you, Chairman. Listen, I'm going to say that the dog days of summer are almost here. And my first comment will be to staff, and I want to thank you for your professionalism. I want to thank you for the data that your hardworking employees have done to come back and give us, real data. And, in the beginning, and I'll say this, and if you went back and watched the tape, I think you'd see it. I mean, I felt like staff was fighting me on this, and I don't feel like that now. So thank you. Publicly, thank you. Council, we've received letters of support from the entire Ormond Beach City Commission, the Ormond Beach Chamber of Commerce, the Daytona Beach Regional Chamber of Commerce. Daytona Dog Beach has received over 3,600 petitioners that have signed this. Daytona Dog Beach numbers are a little bit different than ours. And they've talked about picking up over 5,000 pounds of trash in this half-mile stretch. There is no doubt in my mind, this is the cleanest stretch of beach in all of Volusia County because of you volunteers that are consistent, persistent, hardcore, and you want this to be successful. And I'm so appreciative of your efforts with that. Just an estimation, but of the emails we received, I believe we're at a 97%. I might even say 98%, where the emails are in support of keeping dogs on the beach permanently. This is proof, Council, that we can set up a common sense program with reasonable expectations for our community members to do, and it can work. This was a 36-year ban. This is a big deal. And this is part of why I ran for this seat, to start to give the beach back to the residents of Volusia County. And this program is not only giving it back to the residents, but to our visitors as well, as we've heard in the testimony, Chairman, of you, where people have been writing that they're coming to stay here because there's a dog-friendly section of the beach. Councilman Robbins, I've got to call you out on this. I rarely feel like I learned something extremely new up here, and you knocked my socks off with your letter of support. I never thought of doing something like that. You taught me something new, and I'm appreciative of that. And your letter, I thought, was beautiful. So thank you for that. And to Mr. Reinhardt as well, to me, this is, and I appreciate all of your comments, but this is proof that we can have an idea come up and people not be supportive of it in the beginning, and then allow it to play out, and then turn those minds around and get support. So I'm very appreciative of that. He's not in the room, and I wish he was for this, because I give a ton of credit to David Santiago for this, and I'm going to tell you why. There he is. Good timing. I'm going to tell you why, David. You have an uncanny way of getting something across the finish line when it might not have even had an opportunity to get to the line. And your idea on this, and also our locals driving on the beach, in my opinion, they wouldn't have happened without your idea of, hey, let's do a trial period. And because you did that, I'm going to tell you, it's something I will never forget. And I'm excited to support whatever you have coming before us. Go ahead.
Just don't like the cat idea.
Animal Services staffed this, and I'm pleased that they did. I didn't think we needed to do it, Chairman. I'm glad they did, because this wasn't just Daytona Dog Beach data. This was Animal Service data, and I'm glad we did that. But I would be even okay backing off of it even more, Council, just so you know, to save some money. And my idea with the driving on the beach, by the way, My estimate was a $6 to $9 million windfall to the county. I think the county says that it's a $4 to $6 million windfall. Either way, it's way more making up than that 59,000 we talked about. Daytona Dog Beach, Nanette and your team, Paula, Nancy, and Lowell Lohman, angels in the community, and all your volunteers, just absolutely incredible. With that, I'll make a motion to approve this to be a permanent fixture.
I'll second it.
Troy Kent makes a motion in the item here. It says to convert the pilot status to ongoing. You just used a different term.
I did. I said permanent, but
permanent.
I'm okay with using staff's recommendation.
I just struck ongoing and wrote in permanent.
Permanent. I love that. Thanks.
Everything's permanent until you change it, you know?
Means that anything can be changed, so let's not have to deal with it every year. I mean, it's working, and it's working in a great part because of all the volunteers in this room. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, a couple comments. You know, when this originally came up, and we see it time and time again with obstacles or issues that are thrown at us, where we get kind of the flashlight under the chin on some things. And Nanette and her group in this instance is actually kind of humbling for me and maybe some others, but it's proof that if you have the right people in place, if they care, if they have sweat equity in it and skin in the game, it can be a very enjoyable experience for not just us, but for our tourism as well. And I wrote a letter to Nanette and her team, and it says, since day one, yourself, volunteers, and the Daytona Dog Beach organization has shown tremendous dedication and have proven to be an exemplary model of how a true partnership should be, and that's very important. This is a partnership. In order to make things work, we have to have that partnership. Throughout this pilot project, you and your team have successfully maintained a clean and safe and welcoming environment for our residents, visitors, and all of our four-legged friends. You've also elevated the bar for others to follow when it comes to your volunteer efforts, positive environmental impacts, educational efforts, and your financial contributions. And I allude to some other things in this letter as well. It is with great pleasure that I write this letter of support for taking this temporary pilot project and recommending to council that we make it permanent. I am also open to support your efforts to expand the program if council so desires in the future. I look forward to working with you in the future and giving you the continued support that you deserve. Thank you. So, you know where I'm at. You made a believer out of me, and I'm behind you 100%. So, thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. I just want to see the pictures. I see these dog pictures out there. Nobody's got Bad Boy Dudley out there, Mr. Troy's dog. I don't see Bad Boy Dudley out there. There you go. Well, thank you for your passion, and I want to say to the group of individuals that rallied around this effort, y'all did it the right way. Doesn't always happen that way, but I want to compliment you as an organization or a group of like-minded individuals. I like the way you went about it. It was in a very respectful, as the chairman alluded to earlier today. Sometimes we had disagreement here as we came through this process, but we did it, and you did it in an honorable way, and we got to a good solution. So I want to compliment everyone that's out there. And I know the chairman's got all those cards, but was it 3 minutes each? I think we got to vote, right?
We have to vote. Let's listen to the public first. I'm wondering, though, if we flipped Don Dempsey. 'Cause he was a lone vote against it, wasn't he?
He's not here.
He's not
We'll, we'll ask him at the next meeting.
Yeah. There's a good reason for that. I won't. I'll let him say it. But we do have members of the public who wanted to speak. If you still would like to come up, I don't know how the vote will go. I think I do, but I'm sometimes surprised.
We can be talked out of it, you think?
Yeah. So yeah, we could be talked out of it. So be careful. Debbie Keys.
Mr. Chairman, we could tell them they
you
can
don't
waive in
have to.
support. You could waive in
And-
support and say, I like it, waive in support, or deny.
Okay. What's your dog's name? Ohana. Deborah Corsi. What? Duchess? Okay. Cynthia Amoruso. Good. Okay. If you're gonna speak, yeah, because nobody outside of this room can hear you, and there are people watching. So.
For the opportunity to speak. I am kind of wordy, so I'll keep it brief. But yes, this is my dog Logan. Literally found him in the middle of the road last July.
A rescue.
Right, yeah. And I've been volunteering as a paw ambassador. That's what we call our group. Met a lot of people from all over the state and all over the country, even some from out of the country, that are specifically coming because of the beach. I've met disabled people who like to go and drive on the beach, but they couldn't really get out of the car with their dog and spend a day there. Now they can, and they're very appreciative of that. We have all the statistics and all the numbers that people talked about, and they're pretty impressive. Some things aren't quantifiable, and some of the things that we experience at the beach, you just can't measure. There's a good feeling of camaraderie out there. There are people from all walks of life, and it's like you mentioned at the beginning, Chairman Brower, about people just learning to speak to each other. We communicate with all sorts of citizens out there, and we're not worried about who you are or where you came from. It's just obey the rules, have fun, enjoy the sun. There are 47 miles of coastline in Volusia County. This is only 0.6 of a mile. We are keeping it really clean. We are finding all kinds of interesting little things on the beach, toys and things like that. 99% of the things that we find are left behind by people, unless dogs are bringing Red Bull cans and Dunkin' Donuts cups. I don't think they are. So we are really in support of it. Thank you for allowing us to do it in this manner, to do a pilot program so that we could show you that it could work, and it is working, and thank you for considering continuing it. And Logan thanks you too.
Thank you. Nancy Lohman. Chris Smith. Come on up, yeah.
So I moved down here in May, and I just wanted to say that I took my dog over there every single day for 3 or 4 months because it's too hot to take the dog anywhere else. And it's just cool enough for the dogs over there. In the wintertime, I take my dogs to all the parks along the river and inland, and there's dog bags over there, and I don't see any dog feces over there. I see everybody's just very good down here about picking up. And my suggestion is, I live in Daytona Beach Shores. It's very quiet down there, and it would be great for another spot down there that's right in the middle between Ponce and Ormond Beach, and we can do another pilot program for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Lee.
I'm definitely for the Daytona Dog Beach, but I just want to say.
Got to come.
Yeah.
You got to come to the mic.
If you're gonna speak, come to the mic, please. And following Leslie will be Nanette. Did you want to speak? Then come sit on the front row, please. And then Kimberly. And then we have one negative response from John Nicholson.
I had a little bit more prepared, but all I want to say is I just have to thank everybody. And we've been working with Nanette and her husband Bert for 3.5 years, 4 years by now. for this all to come to fruition. And all of these fantastic volunteers are just incredible, incredible people. So I just want to thank all of them and thank all of you for your time and your support. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Jeanette?
Okay, and I have the original Daytona Dog Beach dogs here with me.
3 of them.
3 of them, yes.
And their names?
Don't take my time, though. This is Delilah, Samson, and Mac.
Mac. Doesn't fit in.
Yeah. Macaroni, McKeel, Mac. Yeah. His
Samson
name
and
was
Delilah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Nanette McKeel Petrella. I'm with Daytona Dog Beach Inc. as the president. Today, you do have all the data in front of you from the pilot to justify moving forward with the dog-friendly beach. You've heard those personal stories. You've heard from the business community, government bodies, and nonprofits. Just this morning, we sent you an update with 3,678 signatures in support. And actually, while we were sitting here, we just crossed over 3,700 signatures. Thank you. I want to share, I believe, something that is just as important. And I want to talk about dreams and working diligently to bring them to reality. 4 years ago, Daytona Dog Beach began as a dream, one shared among residents in our beachside community. Freedom for people to simply take their dog for a walk or drive along the shore, or relax in their beach chair with their dog by their side. Seems like a really simple dream, one easily obtainable. But we found the pursuit of that freedom was going to require significant effort. We learned that people had pursued that dream unsuccessfully in the past since the 1987 ban. Locals who had lived through those disappointments were skeptical, afraid to attach their hopes to the dream for fear of being disappointed again. They told us they didn't think their government had listened to them in the past, and they weren't sure they would listen to them now. But we believed in the dream, and inspired by the growing support of those who shared it, we were determined to make the dream come true. First and foremost, we were committed to staying positive. Our strategy was to confirm facts, demand support and benefits associated with the dog-friendly beaches, and to deliver on our commitments along the way. Our grassroots, community-driven pursuit of the dream strengthened community bonds, promoted health and welfare of people and their pups, increased environmental stewardship, demonstrated enhanced economic impact, and inspired people to once again believe in their power and potential to improve their community. Your vote to approve this ordinance will not only make our dream come true, it will also restore people's faith that you are listening to the community. It will serve as an acknowledgement to the many people who were willing to give of their time, talents, and gifts to bring a dog-friendly beach to reality. They represent the best among us, those who volunteer to step up and take positive action to contribute to our community, enhancing the quality of life for all. I am humbled to stand with so many who are here today, so many who couldn't be here but are watching or waiting for word. And I do hope you will please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And is it, Kimberly, is it Struce or Strubs? Struce. We can see you, we can't see the dog.
I know. All right. So this is my dog, Sugar. I am Kimberly Struce, and I have been a resident of Deltona since 1992 when my family moved us from Long Island, New York. The dog-friendly section of Ormond Beach has become one of Sugar's sweet last adventures. It was such a solace for her and me when we needed a place of calm amongst the storm of cancer chaos. I'm grateful that Sugar was able to experience this several times before her cancer became too much of her. I'm here today also to speak for the future. And I want you to envision, in addition to all the wonderful things that have been said, what it could potentially look like financially. And so this might help with your questions earlier. So reviewing what we've shared so far, the pilot cost $123,356. The maximum annual operation cost is $60,000. The number of dogs observed on the beach so far is over 12,000. And the numbers you might not know yet are the approximate number of human visitors that we have here of 6,198. That's the number of people that are actively talking in our Dog Beach community on Facebook. And that split of visitors from Volusia versus outside of Volusia, 60% Volusia residents and 40% outside of Volusia. So I want you to imagine, business-wise, taking it a step further. We always love to use the analogy, $5 for a cup of coffee. So say if a Volusia County resident does a quick trip to the beach 5 times a year and purchases a $5 cup of coffee, that would bring $92,975 potential dollars to local businesses. Furthermore, the dog-friendly stretch, only 0.6 miles right now, is now cleaner for all humans and visitors alike and animals as well. Thanks to the efforts of the Daytona Beach Inc. Foundation, the numbers that were provided earlier, the 5,470 pounds of human trash that has been removed so far, that's as of end of March. And this makes it safer for marine life as well as wildlife as well. The revenue opportunities continue to grow with group members visiting outside of our county. With the recent launch of the Beach Pilot Program, we know these visitors will pay at least $20 off beach parking fee, which translates to $49,580 directly to Volusia County, not to mention the other expenses that they would incur for an overnight trip. Again, this infuses more money into Ormond Beach businesses. In conclusion, the data collected presents us with a promising future. This potentially yearly revenue of having the dog-friendly section of Ormond Beach far exceeds the annual operating cost. These benefits are not just financial. Residents of Volusia County and beyond, along with their dog family members, will enjoy a permanent, friendly dog beach. And local businesses in Volusia County will also reap the rewards with a potential infusion of at least $142,550 a year. Sorry, I'm nervous. But I wanted to get it out under the 3 minutes, and sorry for not dinging me.
You did great.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
hopefully these numbers speak volumes.
Thank you for the numbers, yes.
What part
Thank
of
you
Long
again.
Island? What part of Long Island?
Oh, Long Island, it's Central Islip.
Oh, I was from Brentwood.
Oh, okay, Smithtown, so that's where I was born.
Would you two stop?
Yeah.
Okay. John Nicholson. And I have no idea if he's for this or against it. We tease John because he's a frequent flyer here.
And yes, I did oppose it last time. And I opposed it because, one, for 37 years we had a dog-free beach. And 4 or 5 times it had come before the council over and over and over again. And you get tired of people keep doing it and wasting time, all right? And Troy was really adamant. And I'm adamant that we not have it because they were talking about putting it in front of the band shell. Our busiest part of the beach, having these dogs just running around where there are just no room to walk, let alone have dogs running around. So that location was absolutely ridiculous. I like the Centennial Park, and I'm wondering whether you could expand it in that direction next year. Centennial, because actually Ponce Inlet is really too far when you think about it for everyday use. Ormond is ideal for everyday use. It really is. Centennial would even be better, all right? Secondly, I don't like getting bit. And all my friends have dogs, and they say, oh, don't worry, he's friendly, until he bites you on the arm, okay? And that's happened like 5 times. So I'm really shy, especially big dogs, right? Dobermans.
It's not the dog's fault.
I know. It's me. It's all that sugar, right? But thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Lohman, when they put their money where their mouth is, it is really great to have active. I mean, it's not only the dog beach. They put money everywhere, which is great for us. And I know you guys are fiscally responsible. So when they came forward, it really took the onus off you guys. And it really worked out, all right? I'm very big on the cities having rights. And if Ormond wanted the dog beach, what am I to say no? All right, if the county had not taken over the beach, Ormond would have had a dog beach years ago, all right? So to me, it's worked out well. I've never had any complaint. I've never heard of any complaint. I'm sure there must have been, but I've never heard of any. And yes, dogs are still on the beach. They shouldn't be there. This morning, dogs came. I was at McDonald's having coffee. Sure enough, guy walked in with his dog, all right? They are constantly everywhere. You can't say it's never going to happen. But basically, it's been a success, and I don't see any reason why extending it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody who came to speak on this? Okay, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. We haven't voted yet, but I just publicly want to thank this council for the support that I've heard so far. And to Councilman Robbins' comment to Daytona Dog Beach about a nonprofit doing it right, I just want to highlight, we have a lot of nonprofits come before us and their hand comes out for taxpayer dollars. And you all are the poster child. And I hope that other nonprofits are listening to this and pay attention to this, because Mr. Robbins brought up a very important piece when he stated something to the effect, I'm not going to quote him exactly, but that you all did this the right way. You did not come before us with your hand out. Instead, you came providing dollars and the manpower to work this area. And you all have now stated that you're going to continue to help fund this, and that if I've heard from you, Nanette, that if this council were to open up another area, say in Daytona Beach, but not near the band shell, because I'm listening to you, Mr. Nicholson. But if the county were to do that, I've heard that Daytona Dog Beach has even more funding available to assist and help in that area, and that's wonderful. And I can't let this moment go by without also, and I've mentioned it earlier, but Lowell and Nancy Lohman were in the audience that day, and the $100,000 was making some members bristle up here. And I believe it was Lowell that looked at Nancy and said, "Tell them we'll give them the $100,000." It was on the spot, and you know, the proof is in the pudding, and they stepped up and did exactly what they said they were going to do. And last but not least, Chairman, I know that you tried this in the past, and thank you for your steadfast support, Mr. Brower, to make this a reality, because I truly believe we have made our community better by doing something like this. And with all of the nonsense going on in this world, there's something about providing a wholesome experience for our community members. And to the volunteers out there, thank you for policing those that need to be policed with it. And Nancy, I think, was quoted in the paper as saying it best, and that is, we only want people that are following the rules. I'm paraphrasing. You didn't say that, but people that aren't following the rules, if your dog is not on a leash, if you're not picking up after your dog, you need to be fined. You absolutely need to be fined, and thank you for either addressing it and or calling the number so that our animal control services and or our sheriff's department can address it, because we want this to be, dare I say, continue to be wildly successful. Thank you, Chairman.
Gotta be careful. We're trying to make the 12 o'clock news, I think he had reported, so I was gonna tell him. Yeah.
I want to piggyback on what he just said. I want to remind you of what Don Dempsey said last time. Don is a great guy. He loves dogs. He has beautiful German Shepherds. The reason this worked is because of Daytona Dog Beach and the Lohmans, first of all, coming in and soothed the bristling with the seed money. But y'all did do exactly what you said in keeping that beach clean. The reason, if you remember, that Don wasn't for it then, I don't know where he is now, is because we have one of the most popular parades in Volusia County right here in DeLand. It's the dog parade. And Don has an office just up the street, and it has a little patch of grass in it. And the people that come to the dog parade, who always clean up after their dog in the parade, for some reason stop on his little patch of grass, and they don't clean up there. And so he has to go out and do it. And he didn't think that it would work, because he didn't think you would actually clean up after your dogs and somebody else's dog. So it worked because you're responsible. And I think that's a good lesson for us all to keep in mind about things that we try to do in the county. And I'll say one last thing. I am getting requests for another dog beach. They said, well, we've got the inlet. Now we've got one in Ormond. And so I think somebody's, I don't know if it's you people, Nanette, that are generating these calls, but a number of people are calling and saying, we need one in Daytona Beach Shores. So so we'll see what the future holds. But right now, we've just changed this to ongoing to permanent, if this is approved on a very close vote. So, Carissa, would you please call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago,
No cats? Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And motion carries. Well done, all of you. Okay.
Can we take a 1-minute recess so I can just speak to these people?
Yes.
Daytona Dog Beach and supporters, stay right there. I want to grab a quick picture with you. Please stay right there.
Hey. Okay. Let me Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we will get started again. If did Daytona Dog Beach carry Councilman Kent away? He'll be back. Okay. All right. We will proceed to item 7, ordinance 2025-10, paid off beach parking amendments related to commercial fishermen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is ordinance 2025-10. So January 1st, 2025, the paid parking program on Volusia County owned or leased properties went into effect about a month ago. You had a commercial fisherman who kind of addressed some issues. So historically, we have hours of operations on our off-beach parking. It is 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. is the time to park. Historically, commercial fishermen have been parking outside of those hours of operation with no enforcement by the county. Commercial fishermen are accommodated in our ITP and our HCP. They can access the beach through their vehicles after turtle season, but before the public. So we accommodate driving on the beach. We just haven't formally codified accommodation of commercial fishermen on county-owned property. So what this change does is it accommodates the after-hours parking of our commercial fishermen. When I say our, I mean bona fide residents who also have a commercial fishing license from the state, who register that license with the county and who registers their vehicle with the county. We can accommodate those vehicles to be able to park after hours without getting a fine or a penalty. Since these are already our, Volusia County residents, their tax dollars or their property taxes have kind of accommodated that parking per the policy of council. We do have some other cleanup items pursuant to Florida statute. Those disabled persons who have a disabled parking license or who show, prominently display the handicapped permit, they kind of park free of charge. So we're just kind of codifying that provision and also accommodating, government vehicles when in the line of official duties, so we don't, accidentally cite an emergency vehicle. Our vendor, looks at all those to make sure that we're following it properly. But those are the particular changes: accommodating commercial fishermen, accommodating disabled persons.
Very good. Questions, Councilman Santiago?
No, Mr. Chair, it's going to go to motion approve.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Yes.
Just before you call the vote, I already filled out the Form 8 for the abstain on the vote.
Okay. Gotcha. I had to think why for a second, but
Artificial intelligence fishing doesn't count as a fisherman, I think. I've seen some of his pictures. They look AI.
Well, and so Mr. Robbins, the rationale is you have a commercial fishing license, right? Yes, sir. Just for the record.
And I'm available for any questions. Jessica Fendris is available for questions if you have any questions about statistics or the actual usage.
okay. Are there any questions? Any comments? Then all in favor of the motion of paid off beach parking amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention. Item 8, ordinance 2025-12, repeal of transportation license fee and resolution amending fee schedules. Ben Bartlett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you today is a repeal of a fee on businesses, in keeping with this council's goals on reducing regulations on businesses and fees and such. That when we had our audit of the landfill collection and scale house, we also took a look at some of the fees that we were charging. One of them is this transportation license fee, which was charged to businesses hauling solid waste within the county. It was a $10 fee, annual $10 fee per hauling unit. The total revenue generated by this fee was approximately $17,000 per year, which in terms of the overall landfill budget of just over $45 million is a pretty small amount. And so what we're proposing is to eliminate the fee, modify the ordinance to allow our solid waste inspectors to continue to inspect the vehicles to make sure they're in compliance with tarps and safety items and ensure litter's not being spread out over the roads. And I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve. Love getting rid of fees.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any questions at this point? Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion is approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9, requesting a review of updated Echo Direct County expenditure plan, and Dr. Brad Burball.
Yes, sir, council members. What we have before you is a request to update the Echo Direct County expenditure plan. This is for projects that we would like to start in this current fiscal year, and we will bring back our 5-year rolling plan as part of the budget as we work towards that over the next few months. So some projects we would like to request to add to the DCE is in District 1, a Spring Hill a new basketball court and improvements to the park there. This is supported by Councilmember Dempsey. This is his district. The Stetson went through an extensive planning process with the community to identify these improvements to the park. And this is why we have individuals here today supporting this request. Next, the Carter Quail Ranch property we bought, or Florida Forever bought for us. We'd like to get started on developing our recreation and amenities plan, hence the request. Also, in District 5, looking at the Deltona Amphitheater in terms of design and engineering to make it a place that's really a community showcase or community gem as we work into the future. And then there's a $2 million request for off-beach parking land acquisition. So there's various spots across the county that we continue to review and analyze. So that's why the request is in. There is one adjustment that we're requesting, and that's for the play yard at DeLand Library. The request is $200,000. $100,000 is coming from the library fund, $100,000 from the Echo. There's also 2 projects being taken off that FEMA covered. One FEMA covered, and one was due to insufficient space. So with that, these projects, if implemented, will have an operational impact of around $21,000 annually. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Good job, Brad. Move to approve.
Second.
To approve by Councilman Santiago, and the second, once again, by Vice Chair Reinhardt. We do have 3 members of the public who would like to speak on this. Megan Brenton.
Good morning. Thank you all so much. So my name's Megan Brinton. I'm with Stetson University and president of West Volusia Audubon. I work for the Institute for Water and Environmental Resilience at Stetson. And I actually emailed you all a video on Friday, 3/28. So I appreciate for all of you who have watched it, that provided some background and gave some of this more to the story there. We do have a picture of the poster of this project on screen. So I've had the privilege of working with the members of the Spring Hill community since 2018 when I worked with Volusia County Environmental Management. And it was through a grant titled Community Resilience Through Green Infrastructure. We worked in the community of Spring Hill, and that grant saw the formation of the Spring Hill Resilience Team. And that was in partnership with the Dr. Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center in the city of DeLand. And this resilience team has continued to meet, think through, and act on their community's resilience, and the team actually played a role in the formation and development of this project concept. We held a series of town halls for this project, and it's been a truly collaborative process of envisioning what this basketball court that you see here, a full court with a half court, as well as 2 small pavilions would look like in Spring Hill Park. This will benefit, of course, the multiple stakeholder groups within the community of Spring Hill, which you will hear from after me. I'd like to actually give some thanks as well. So we have in the audience, we have Althea Shavers, who's the unit director of the Spring Hill, Lacey Family Spring Hill Boys and Girls Club. Not present here today, but probably listening in is Shilretha Dixon, who's the director of the Dr. Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center in Spring Hill. We have Terrell Johnson, who you'll be hearing from after me. He actually initiated the idea of the basketball court, which gained momentum also through Rollins College Public Health Program, Stetson University's Public Health Program. We actually have quite a few partners, as you can see in the logos at the bottom of the poster, that have been working to with the community to hear what the vision would be that would best serve this community. And so that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terrell. Terrell Johnson, and you will be followed by Dr. Alan Johnson.
Good morning. My name's Terrell Johnson. Like Megan said, we have been advocating for changes in the Spring Hill community. I'm currently a business owner out there at Spring Hill Barbecue and Soul Food. I've been to the county council's meeting before. I'd like to see some. I know there's a process, but it'd be taking forever for it to come to fruition, meaning like we need to get some help out there. I know y'all the ones who can get us some help out there, so I'm here asking for help for the Spring Hill community to get the course. Let's get some movement. Let's get some action. Let's get some juice out there, some live out there. It's dead out there. So I'm asking that y'all come on, jump on board, and let's get some funding out there. Let's get some change out there because the properties are out there. Y'all own some of the properties out there. It's like if y'all can develop the properties or come with some plans with the property for the people could know, then we could come to these meetings and be supportive of what's going on. No one knows about these meetings, and then when we get here, it don't be clear on exactly what's going on. It's be kind of in a gray area here. So we need to get some help on Spring Hill. So I'm here advocating that this part come, and it comes kind of in a rapid fashion because we got staff review meetings. They not gonna come to the staff review meetings. I have been in a lot of them. I've been having a project down here with the crab stock for 4 years now. I come to the staff review meetings. It's a lot of more extra in the staff review meeting. The county council say, okay, let's go, we out of here. But then we get to the staff review meeting and we gotta stay on a lot more stuff. So I'd like to see this project move forward. The staff review meeting, we get updates to where we could be included in the staff review meeting because the county council get approval, everyone leaves, but then there's no action 6 months, a year from now, we still talking about what's going on. So if we can get some clarification to get some help out there on Spring Hill, some support from everyone out here, because there's a restaurant out there. If you can come out there and support it, we welcome you out there, but at the same time, we need some help out there because like I said, y'all have a property like straight across the street from me. There's bushes, there's leaves, there's trash on it. I'm like, hey man, when the county gonna clean that up? When the city gonna clean that up? But no one comes and cleans it up. It's just sitting there. So it's like, no one cares. But I care because I'm out there and I know stuff has been done personally by me, myself. And Miss Althea, the Boys and Girls Club, Megan, Stetson, Dr. Sal, Dr. Johnson, they have came and helped, but we need more help. We need more voices. We need more dollars. So that's all I got to say, and thank y'all for taking the time to listen to me.
Terrell, before you go, where is Spring Hill Barbecue?
On 905 South Adele, right in front of the Resource Center.
Okay, I didn't know if that was your personal address or the business address.
No, that's the business address.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Cool, thank you. Dr. Alan Johnson, you brought your own fan club.
I won't take too much time, but I really appreciate, the opportunity to speak on this. I'm here to support the courts at the Spring Hill and this overall, proposal. I just want to just emphasize, I guess, Alan Johnson. I'm with Rollins College, but I'm a DeLand resident. I live here in DeLand. And just to, I'm a professor of health science. And just emphasize, I think, the importance of the health implications of this. Right now, there's a quarter court there that really just doesn't get used. It's just, people don't really want to use it. It's so tiny. And the location of this being right next to the Boys and Girls Club, I think provides a lot of opportunity. And a lot of thought was put into this by the community. And I'm here to support that. And it's, again, health implications really for the young boys and girls of Spring Hill community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilman Santiago.
We have a motion to play, right?
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? Any comments? All in favor of the updated ECHO direct county expenditures, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it is approved. Thank you all for coming in.
If I may, one of the things that I would like to share with you as Carmen Hall, our Community Assistance Director, and I have talked after being out in Spring Hill as part of these meetings, as well as Tim Bailey being there, is we're going to have a meeting with them at the Resource Center soon on going over ways how their community can engage with government, serving on advisory boards. Carissa will be there to help us, but just want to let you know that we are. Nicole's coming to talk about the Citizens Academy, but other ways that they may be involved in county government.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I know that the next item can't be heard until 1 p.m. Would it be permissible for us to do county council comments now?
It would be. I was just checking to see if lunch was here yet, but it's really early for that. We could do council comments. It is here. Or staff comments. You want to do staff comments?
Sure.
Okay.
I actually have something.
County
now.
chair.
Could you hand those out?
Or county, what is his title?
Yeah, April Fool.
You want to? No, I don't want to change positions.
Okay,
Thank you.
what I'm handing out, and it worked out on a very applicable day. We received a letter from the Executive Office of the Governor regarding the EOG Doge team, and that was the letter was dated March 18th. Out of that office, they asked several questions. I think it's the beginning of their program for the Florida Doge program. And as you see, I attached what the questions were on the back. But basically, we're answering back. We're pleased to inform the Doge Committee that Volusia County is not experiencing any financial emergency or distress conditions as outlined. In fact, Volusia County's strong financial position was recently affirmed by the S&P Global Ratings, which has assigned a AA rating to our $9.1 million series of non-ad valorem revenue bonds. So basically, regarding their inquiries, we can affirm that we have not experienced any of the conditions that they were asking about, nor do we anticipate any of those conditions or issues in the next 6 months. Our bond rating maintains, our bond rating is high. County maintains sound financial management practices and has demonstrated positive operating results, as basically reaffirming everything that you heard earlier today from Ryan and our James Moore team there. So a great day to do both things. So this is being sent today back to the governor's office, so we will be in compliance with their request, and just wanted to share that with everybody. We had a couple other things as well. We had, let's see here. The Veteran Services stand down was a big success. We wanted to go over what we assisted, but grew from over 450 last time to 668 veterans assisted. We had over 21 volunteers at the Ocean Center. We had resources on site of over 55 different resources. We had resource staff on site of over 230 people. We provided 200 lunches, gave away food to 300 others, gave away 10 bicycles. We gave 67 C and P exams. We enrolled, had medical enrollment of 10 more people, and we raised donations and sponsorships. So it was a very successful day out there. I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Another thing that's happening, and this will tie in a little bit with the stormwater you'll hear later on today, but we had to bring forth, as part of this Transform 386 rules, that there's been some updates and stormwater study requests that are in addition to what you originally saw. So as long as I report these here today, we'll be in compliance with the federal rules. So basically, we had 28 requests, totaling $8.6 million. You see the 4 watersheds that we already opened up with: Spruce Creek, Little Hog Creek, Deep Creek, and the DeLand Ridge watershed. And then Daytona Beach added 2 more, and DeLand has added 3. So with that, just wanted to make sure that that information was reported out, so we'd be in compliance with that. We already covered Mr. Johansson's comment, so that is taken care of. Let's see. We also have a job fair that we wanted to report out on too. The Port Orange, it's going to be at Port Orange South Daytona Chamber Job Fair, and we'll be attending as well, trying to pick up workers for some of our positions out at the beach. And that's, I think, covers all of my items.
Okay, thank you. County Attorney?
Sure, I just had a list of about 30 things.
Okay, good.
Go through. Just one thing. I sent out yesterday something we have not done before. I just did it for information for you as you speak to your constituents or you field comments. And that is, we're going to start sending out a quarterly report of our county ordinance violations. So these are some violations in your code. Do not go to your code board because they do not involve property. They involve conduct. Most of these are beach-related violations, like alcohol on the beach. So it broke down, an overwhelming portion of these are beach-related violations. But just so you know, get an idea of the ordinances that you have. If you get complaints, it puts it in context. I would say for a non-beach related item, really the one that stands out are noise violations. So you have 2 different types of noise violations. One where your sheriff's office, because these are generally after hours, they respond, it's a non-emergency call, and they use a decibel reader. Those are the easier of the 2. Then your ordinance also allows for violations if there's loud and disturbing noises. All of those are going to be citizen-driven and processing of complaints. But I just wanted to give you an idea of kind of what your staff's involved in. All these are generated from a sheriff's office affidavit that's submitted to the county, but they go to county court, not the code enforcement board, because they're conduct related. So if you have any questions about it, let me know, because I know oftentimes you get complaints. Sometimes it's a neighbor dispute as well, but happy to talk to you about it. Thank you.
Are the noise complaints all from the Audubon area
No.
of DeLeon Spring? No.
Actually, there's a couple others.
Okay.
I guess in the past quarter we had 12 cases filed. Not all there, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I will ask for council comments, but before I do, I noticed that the mayor of Daytona Beach Shores, Nancy Miller, is here. Are you going to speak at the end of the meeting? Okay. Well, welcome to our meeting. I hope you got to talk to the Daytona Dog Beach people, because they're going to come after you now. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay. Council members, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, I have just a few items I'd like to share. I publicly want to thank staff. You know, a little over 2 years, most of us have been sitting up here. I had an opportunity on Thursday, March 27th, to meet and spend some time with 3 staff members out on Buckskin Lane off of State Road 40 in Ormond Beach. They had an issue and a concern, and I wasn't able to meet until 6 p.m. And let me tell you who showed up. Nick Ventura, our building official, Chris Hutchison, our code compliance manager, and Carol McFarland, our planning director. These 3 individuals were top-notch. On top of their game, they came prepared. I sent George an email, and I copied those individuals because I wanted them to know how appreciative I was of their efforts. But they are hardworking, dedicated people who make Volusia County look good. And I publicly wanted to thank them for stepping up and participating and helping to solve a problem out there. So I wanted to make sure I got that out there. George, I need a tour of Miller Lake. You and I are going to have to do it. So let's get that on the calendar within the next 10 days, maybe. You and I get out there at Miller Lake. I need eyes on that. John Nicholson, you know, we don't always agree. I think we agree like 90% of the time. I might even say 95% on some stuff. But, you know, you're right. You said earlier, when it becomes printed, it becomes truth and fact. And thank you for stepping up and sharing that. I certainly appreciate it. The fuel farm, you know, Chairman, you're able to put things on the agenda, and so is George. We are with a majority vote, but I got to tell you, I think Kat is spot on. When, you know, I just want to say, we heard some great news a couple of days ago about the possible fuel farm being that was going to possibly happen in Ormond Beach out at Hull Road, not happening. And publicly, I want to thank this council. I want to thank the elected leaders in the city of Ormond Beach. And I want to give a huge thank you to State Senator Tom Leake. It is not lost on me that without that leadership, without those relationships, without Senator Tom Leake making this happen from a budget standpoint, and I personally called him and thanked him for this, this would not have happened. And Senator Leake, I give you mad props from the District 4 County Councilman in Volusia County. And I would be remiss if I didn't also thank State Representative Chase Tremont, who's been a dear friend of mine for at least 15 years. And I thank him for his support as well. But back to what Kat mentioned, Council, now that has passed for the moment, we need to do something, either a zoning change or purchase that property from FEC. And I love the idea of turning that into a passive park. And just for a little fun and giggles, you know, you talked about barbecue grills, as long as they're not gas barbecue grills, but charcoal would be great out there. But I think it's a great thing. So I'll come back to that in just a minute. And then my second to last comment is I rarely mention this person, but I feel like I need to. George was out for a week, and I've got to tell you, Suzanne, I think we have a great working relationship. We've not always seen eye to eye, but I got to tell you, there's a few qualities about you that I truly admire, and I want to state them publicly. You are task oriented, and you're no nonsense, and your staff knows that, and you get the job done. And I've had like 3 meetings, I think, in 2.5 years where you've been involved, and I look forward to every single one of them because I know that you're coming prepared with the receipts, and if you say it, I always feel like it's as good as done. And I just publicly wanted to thank you for your professionalism. And again, you got George making that decision on who he's got put in those places, and he made a good decision there. Back to the fuel farm, council. I would like to make a motion to get this on the agenda within 60 days, so that we can have a discussion about either purchasing the property or changing the land use.
Second.
Thank you, sir. That's my goal.
Okay.
And Chairman, if this doesn't,
can we comment on that? No.
If the vote doesn't go good, I was going to hope you'd put it on the agenda, but hopefully it goes well.
If the vote doesn't go good, I will, but I can't imagine that everybody wouldn't be willing to discuss it. I'm glad you brought it up. I was going to bring it up that we approach it 2 ways. One, that we discuss changing the zoning to light industrial, and at the same time pursue purchasing the property outright. I got a call from the mayor of Ormond Beach. I hope I don't get him in trouble here. He kind of stays in trouble lately, but he called and said he's talked to the city manager. They would like to work with us on a possible purchase, which tells me that means they're willing to spend money. At least that's the way I'm going to take it.
Amen.
So I don't know if we need to wait that. I'm kind of afraid to wait that long because I don't know what they might do. I also don't want to. I'm asking everybody in the public to kind of be silent about this because I don't want to poke them in the eye.
Right.
I want to wish them all the luck in the world where they're going, but I think we need to move quickly and see if we can either purchase that. It would make a perfect place right across the street from Ormond Beach's athletic complex. It's a beautiful, productive freshwater wetland, very productive, a lot of wildlife, otters, things that you don't normally see. Be great for the public to see that and see the value of our wetlands. And yes, we could have passive uses there. So
Chairman,
I would be willing to do that. So we've got a lot of members that want to talk. Let's see what their feelings are.
Can I just add one thing to what you just said? I hear what you're saying about moving quickly. I want to as well. Since we've already got a motion in a second, I think staff can pick up on what we're laying down as far as we want this more expeditiously than not. And Chairman, I'll just say, relationships matter, and I'm pleased to hear you share with the council about what the mayor of Ormond Beach said, because I think that's a relationship you've worked on, and it's a good positive thing when that happens. So thank you for sharing that.
Okay, you made the motion. Who made the second?
I did.
Oh, you did almost immediately.
Yeah.
That's so a motion to bring this back for both, for purchase or just changing the zoning? Okay. That's the motion, the second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. And Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a couple questions for staff. Do they still have an open site plan with us?
They have a conceptual.
Conceptual.
Mhm.
Have we had any contact with them, and do we know if they're even a willing seller?
We have made multiple attempts to contact, including certified letters, telephone calls. They have never returned any of our calls or acknowledged our letter.
So, which leaves us where, council, what I want to do, and I hear what everybody's saying. What I want to do is, and I think we can all relate to this, that we could have probably handled the process a little bit differently in the beginning, and there were several results that stemmed from the way that we handled it, to the tune of $10 million, where the state had to come in and make an offering, to the tune of a lawsuit that was rightfully so, in my opinion, dropped in our lap, where several of us were named because we were out of bounds on several things. And I get it. It's an important topic, but I want staff and legal to give us legal direction so we don't make these mistakes again that were made, and we all know it. So I don't want to be nailed to the wall again and step on ourselves. I think there's a way to do this if we work together. But at the end of the day, we need to do it within the proper process. And I want to make sure too, if this does come back, which I'm not opposed to talking about it, I want the council members and council to think about how much we're willing to pay for a zoning change on top of the $10 million that we've already, taxpayer money. Because we will find that present whenever we take away zoning. And where we go from here, Mike, on the legal process. So if you have any insight now that can help maybe better direct us collectively, I'd surely love to hear it.
No, we'll work on bringing something back if this passes. And one thing that jumped out at me, because George is right, they have not communicated back after repeated attempts that he has made. If I'm understanding the situation, because I'm just reading this from a press report, they have not withdrawn the application for the Ormond site. It sounds like it's now the backup plan, that they're going to pursue the Flagler site first, and that's all. And I'm sure you've read the same thing.
So, Mike, are we still bound by some of the rules that we were faced with earlier? Because I'm trying to think ahead of time for the board. You have a piece of property, hypothetically, maybe worth $5 million, $2 million. We're already at $10 million. How much more are we willing to pay for it? And if not, if they do come to the table, how much are we willing to pay them for the zoning change? But meanwhile, they're already laughing at the bank. So I think we just need sometimes slow is fast. And I learned that in law enforcement. And that, unfortunately, is how a lot of things go in government. But it's because it's, like Mr. Santiago, Mr. Kennan mentioned earlier, it's with taxpayer dollar. We have to be surgical with this one. We're not going to get shafted. The public's going to get shafted because it's going to be on their back. So I'm going to wait to hear before I make a decision on anything. I need to have, and I think it's beneficial to us to have better legal guidance on how to approach this better.
Okay, I think that's what the motion is to send it to staff to bring back that information. So we're not asking for a vote tonight or today. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm never opposed to a conversation. So Troy, I want to rewind back. Sure. When you first brought this to us, it was a late night meeting, I recall. And I think I seconded your motion right away. You did. You see how that all turned out for us? the end result, I would say, was good for Volusia. But did you see the whirlwind that we went through? I shouldn't say wind, but the chaos in some cases that we went through as a council. Unfairly beat up. Thank you for saying it. You know, Mr. Chairman, I liked your opening comments today. I wrote it down. You know, we talked about we need to learn to disagree and do it honorably. Not only us, but I think you were addressing members of the public also. This particular topic was not handled that way on many levels. And from an opening comments today, earlier today, I think you were complimented. Good for your work, I agree, you should be. You were complimented, good for your work. Staff was left out of the picture. The torture that you all took and were still very professional, I commend all of you, George, and your team. That was probably one of the most difficult items from, I'm going to guess, that you all had to deal with, right? With the attacks that you all got. Some of us got the attacks and that are still occurring to this day. But that doesn't, I will say this, that doesn't change my decision for support or not support. But it's unfortunate that people can't do that. Right? That's why I commended the dog people today. They did a great job in their advocacy. But I'm cautioned, Troy, because I think along Danny's line, I'm not saying I'm against or for. I'm just worried that we have a pending application. We jumped fast last time, turned into chaos. I would like to see Ormond Beach City Council step up and let them vote and say, hey, we want this property. It's contiguous to their city limits. Nothing's to stop them from doing that. We've talked about that in the past. But at first, we have to see if we have a willing seller, right? I would prefer either a conversation with George and the city manager in Ormond to have a conversation. Hey, let's ask these people if they're a willing seller. They still have a pending application. I just don't want to muddy the waters there just yet. And again, I'm not saying no. So let's be careful. Let's be careful and do it the right way. The end result, I think, what is kind of playing out right now is what constituents wanted for the most part. I just prefer that, Troy, I'm going to ask you, don't put us in that spot again. And I didn't think you did it intentionally. You did it for good reasons. That's why I seconded it right away, right? But I would rather give direction to George and say, hey, George, get with Ormond Beach, see what their pulse is as a city commission, and then maybe we can come up with a good plan. Because what's going to happen is if we vote for this right now, that's going to be the next, we're going to fill the room, you need to vote, I hate you, and all this. And without having all the facts, I just need more information. And I know it's just a research thing. I don't want to jump again right away. I want to get more information. Because this is still hot off the press, this topic. Happened a few days ago. I caution my colleagues, let's just do it the right way. I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes. Let's be calculating, and things have kind of working out, I think, for the most part in our favor. That's my thoughts, Mr. Chair. I think I'm just looking out for everybody at the same time and what the end goal could be. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Good comment, Dave. Very good comment. In the 2 years since occupying this seat, there has literally, and my family can attest to this, one topic that I really, actually, when you say you lose sleep on something, I lost sleep on this one. It was the constant, we talked about all the hundreds of emails we got on Dog Beach. That was okay. There were some nasty things said, downright, and we lost some sleep on that. So I said second right away because I think it does deserve a conversation. It does deserve hearing what you can compile and bring back. That doesn't mean we're saying, yes, go purchase the property. That doesn't mean right now, tonight. That doesn't mean, yes, go ahead and change the zoning right now. But get that information to us so we can at least have that intelligent conversation. That's all I'm asking. I get what you're saying. I respect that. But I also don't want to sit on our hands and not do anything. But I also understand the method of slow is fast. I get that. I think we've all read the same thing. Palm Coast, from the chairman down, are all in favor in this. So that speaks volumes to me. In an area that is not like Hall Road in any way, shape, or form. So, and they talk about the economic impact that it'll bring to their community. They're far below what Volusia County is. So it's going to help them financially. So they're They're bringing all that. They've already done they're doing their homework. So that's all we're asking is do the homework, bring it back to us. Let us make a conscious decision about this with all you just said it. We want all the information in front of us. Bring us the information before we make a decision. I don't think that's moving fast. Just saying. That's me.
If I could respond to him, Mr. Chair? I know I'm queued up, but I just want to respond to, if you don't mind.
No,
Who's next? Matt? Danny, can you yield?
I don't mind. Go ahead.
Danny, give me the wink.
My boy, Blue.
I think, Matt, I don't disagree with you. I think maybe it's the way the motion is spelled out for me.
I was going to
And,
ask for
and,
an
and maybe that's. What do you want to change? Maybe we can read it back because I don't remember the sequence because I got very little hair, but a little bit of hair stood up right away on the motion, and maybe we can clean it up in a way that it's basically doing staff without any real staff knows. Staff knows. The moment we put it in a motion with specifics, it's out there.
Yeah.
Okay? Staff knows. They're very competent.
And I had a suggestion, David.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks for yielding.
Any time for you, brother. Nice tie, by the way.
I'll give it to you at the end of this.
And Troy's got a matching one. Mr. Kent, would you be open to restructuring the motion possibly to give, we can put it on the agenda, but if we don't know what we don't know, can we restructure that motion to reflect, just let the city manager coordinate with Orman. You got the best contacts in Orman. And then once they get that, we can kind of see what pages we are on to stick our toes in the pool to see if it's something we can collectively do. Once they get that information, I'm sure the chairman, and I'll support it, putting on the agenda to talk about, but I just want to have substance and like the other guys say, getting everybody here again and going through all that, it was very toxic and not healthy. And yeah, you got the point. Thank you.
Chairman.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you. The short answer to that, Councilman Robbins, is yes. I'm amenable to that. And I'll just say this. I've not said this publicly before, but two things. I've always been on the side of on this issue of stopping this from happening. But what you all don't know, because you don't attend my district dialogue, is I had a district dialogue in Holly Hill right after this thing popped up in our lap. And even the guy that was like helping to take the lead with the chairman about trying to stop this, I got skewered at that district dialogue. And to the point where I had to say to a couple of individuals, I don't understand this. I'm on the same side of everything you're saying, but the heat and daggers were coming to me, and we've all done this a little while. Some of us have held office in other places. So, my wife will tell you, my husband has pretty thick skin. So it didn't bother me as much. But the second thing I was going to say that I've not said publicly is that wasn't a good feeling, and that's okay. I asked to be in this seat. And I felt like several of you were skewered up here, and I know it didn't feel good, and I felt like it was unwarranted, because my belief, even right now and back then, was that all 7 of us, if we had a magic wand, would have not allowed that to happen and fixed that right away. A little different, I think, for myself, the chairman, and the at-large individual, because we represent that area. And I think you gentlemen get that. You understand it. I too think that it is definitely trending in the right direction. And my goal is for this council, since it's still unincorporated county, unless Orman wants to take it over, I like that, is to stop it from happening again with same company or a different company. We're in the same boat again. Like, we need to fix it. And right now it's on our shoulders. And I'm okay if Mr. Reinhardt is actually of withdrawing this. And Suzanne, you're hearing me. I know they're in a conversation, but you're hearing me. You'll share with George. I'm okay withdrawing that motion And the 5 of us here today directing staff to say, please have that conversation with Ms. Shanahan, reach out, have the same meeting with Mr. Hayes, Mr. Dyer, the city attorney over there. So the 4 of you get together and come back with an update for us. And then I firmly believe if I didn't withdraw my motion, which I'm doing right now, Mr. Robbins, with your request, I believe it would be a 5-0 vote to at least have the discussion. Chairman, I say that for your ears because I feel like after that conversation happens with our joint staffs, that you can then put this on the agenda for us to have that healthy discussion with a couple of options for us to do. So, Mr. Reinhardt, are you okay with me withdrawing that motion and just giving direction to staff? Staff shaking their head yes, that they see at least.
Yeah, can I also
Please.
just try to help here? Also, I think we should just expand it slightly to not just that property, but remember you have multiple properties along there that are zoned that I-2. So I think what we need to do is go back and have that same conversation you're talking about with the city and come back with options on not only the property that started this conversation, but all of them that are zoned I-2 along there. I think that would help us for some of the other issues you guys have brought up, is if we talked about it a little bit more holistically rather than on one property.
That's good.
I'm okay with that statement, Mr.
Troy,
Chairman.
I'm disappointed that you withdrew the motion for one reason. I think the way I took it, that what you were asking for was information, and I think we can increase that to what has been said, that the county manager talk with the city manager, see if there's any agreement there on their part or desire on their part to even talk about a purchase agreement. But I want to hear, and they heard us, they'll bring it back. I would kind of like to hear a date when we can bring it back to talk about. I want to hear from the county attorneys. It's their job to keep us out of unnecessary lawsuits. I want to hear from them what the probabilities are, what the possibilities are if we change from heavy industrial to light industrial. A lot of that is looking in your crystal ball and trying to guess what they might do. And then for the county manager to be able to come back and say, yeah, there's some agreement with the city on buying this, but there's still no information coming back from Grupo Mexico.
Well, I think we could reach out to the owners, not only the city. I would attempt to, of course, the city first, but also I think we should attempt to talk to all the owners of those properties.
Yes, we had talked about that months ago, about talking to those properties and seeing, there's good businesses there that I don't want to hurt.
Exactly.
We want them to stay there, but we also don't want them to, I don't want to end up with a Clorox plant in that area. So anyway, I don't know if you're comfortable with that, Troy, just leaving it kind of open. Any idea how long that might take, George, to bring back some information?
I think the original request of 60 days is more than adequate. We'll try to beat that by a little bit as well.
And Chairman, to answer your question, I'm sensitive to what I heard from a few of our members on the council here today. I know whenever you touch a hot stove and you get burned, you're not anxious to do that again. And which is why I shared the sentiment and comment that I felt like I got skewered at one of my meetings. And I hold those meetings every 4 months, and I'll continue to hold them as long as I'm in elected office. And that's part of it. I'm not shying away from that. I'm not afraid of that to the media that's here. I welcome all comments. I just wanted you all to know I too was on the receiving end. So Chairman, I'm sensitive to the comments that we heard, and I would just say to George, I had mentioned 30 to 60 days, and my hope is that now that you've heard from this council, it would be quicker.
Gotcha.
And I love that you brought up the other parcels as well. I think that's a smart decision, and it will help this council also. And I think Mr. Robbins brings up another good point, which is, hey, what's the dollar figure that we're willing to do this? Because X amount from the state of Florida, taxpayer money, has already been spent on this. But Mr. Robbins, I'll just say, if we do nothing and it comes up again, oh my gosh, I mean, it's way more than what I think it would have been. But it's a discussion we need to have. Chairman, there's nothing that says that I, myself or any of us couldn't bring this back up again for a motion if we feel like staff's not moving quickly enough. But I wanted you to know, I think you and I are, and this whole council really, I think, is in total agreement as far as trying to fix this from ever happening again. But I think we can get there, and the motion is making a couple members uneasy. And I know it's not my job to make them feel easy, but it is my job at the end of the day to get a consensus and get a majority and get a good vote for the residents of Volusia County. And that's what I'm working on now. I'm just helping water those seeds. Thank you.
Okay, I'm good with that. I think the county manager already acknowledges that he hears us 60 days is reasonable in his mind. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'll make this quick. County manager and legal, if we cannot get in touch with them like in years past, and there's nothing saying that they have to, and if they're not willing to sell it, and then what?
Well, I think that's what we need to discuss before and bring back to you.
Because guys, that's
I
really the hang up
hesitate
here.
on saying that here now, but
Right.
we'll talk about what the options are.
And just to avoid in the future, just in our dialogue, not singling any particular parcel out. I think we learned from that. So, okay, cool. I'm good with it.
Okay. That's all you had. Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First off, first thing I want to do is thank you and commend you for this morning's comments. I think that's the way everybody up here feels. Most of us in that line of work that like Danny had or I had used to hear it all the time. And there are a lot of people, I think we're all kind of skewered also with respect to, or those that were here that that did not respond. And I'll be honest with you, I had to catch myself. Did he say what he just said? And I think Mr. Nicholson said it correctly. He mumbles. I tell him that to his face right now. He does. So he's not here, thankfully. But I do not condone, will not condone. And for those of you that are out there that thought that we just ignored it, I disagree wholeheartedly. We did not ignore it. It was not understood. A lot of those things, like if I would have, at one point you catch yourself saying, well, if he said it, do I give it oxygen? If there wasn't that was said, and then make something out of nothing? So, and before you know it, while you're thinking of that, he's walking out the door. So, no, to the media, to social media, to those individuals that are hearing this, even as of comments that were made just recently on social media, no, we did not. And I think, I know I can speak for myself, but I think I speak for everyone up here that was present that day. That's enough said.
Are you saying social media doesn't get it right?
They didn't this time. Okay. Mr. Irvin, welcome back. And happy birthday.
Where's your sling?
Amen. So I just want to welcome Clay back. So thank you. Very, very valuable resource that we have at the county. Thank you. Glad to see you're doing better. I saw Scott Olson earlier. Sorry, he stepped out. He does a phenomenal job with our veteran services. I attended both days at the stand down. Thoroughly enjoyed it. That's the first time. I think last year we did it at the fairgrounds. It was kind of competing with our other event, and I felt like a ping pong ball trying to bounce back and forth, and I really couldn't take advantage of what there was to offer. So I made a fact that I'd be at both. I loved when I heard that they're going to hold it every year at the Ocean Center, or we're going to try for that. So I think that's a great place to do it. Lynn, you do a phenomenal job out there. You just did it again. So thank you to you and your staff. I was going to come up and say I wasn't going to say anything about the jail. April Fools. I did
Should I
want to
cut off
mention.
his mic?
Yeah, cut off my mic. Actually, I'm not going to. It's related to that. I talk about the Second Chance Initiative and the work that we're doing with Barbara Ann Heegan with the Port Orange South Daytona Chamber, where we had the job fairs. We did our third one. It was very successful. She is expanding that, and there was something mentioned about a job fair with respect to the county, but I did want to mention this. We were asked each time, and more so the last time we did the job fair out of the jail, we actually had, at least I know of one individual that showed up that was on probation, showed up at the jail because that person misunderstood the criteria, that it was just to those individuals that are incarcerated due to be released. So there will be a job fair at the Daytona Beach Shores Community Center on Wednesday, April 9th from 10 to 2, with the focus being on those individuals that are on probation or just recently released. I've been a big advocate of that, seeing that door keep closing on individuals that cannot get employed. Recidivism focuses around two things: jobs and housing. You can't get the housing if you don't have the job to pay for the housing. So those local businesses out there that participated in the Second Chance Initiative and have the opportunity to participate in this one, I commend you. Bring more on. We'll take you. Other than that, that's all I have. So thank you very much. Yes.
Councilman Robbins.
Chair, would it, guys, you would I got tapeworms waking up in my stomach. Hungry. Do you guys want to take a break before we proceed forward, or? I can come back to mine. It's not a big deal.
Okay. So we have you, Councilman Santiago, and myself, and then a long item 10 or 9, 10 that I don't want to run through. So that's I'm fine with that. Everybody's ready? They're already getting up. 12:28. We will be back at 1:05 because we can't start this before 1 o'clock.
Check one, check two.
It's the very expensive things that make processing expensive. I'm getting the Claude AI that we already use ChatGPT, but it's just all text. Well, Bailey's.
We will finish council comments. So next would be Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Council, I've been reviewing at ways that we can kind of shield our residents from runaway taxes and things like that. Not just present, but in the future. And one thing that caught my mind, I don't know really the right way to go around it because I think we're limited on what we can do at the local level, but lowering, so we have a 10% cap on millage at the state, that the state brings down to us. So I was thinking, how can we lower that ceiling? I don't think it can be done, from what I understand through Ryan. How can we lower that ceiling to prevent maybe taxes going or hitting that 10%? How can we lower it to like maybe 6? If that's something that we can talk about, or maybe send next year, put on the list for maybe a legislative agenda, maybe to look into after we investigate it. Just for future, we don't know what the future is going to hold, but obviously the less, the better, right? That's number one. Number two is.
Can I ask a follow up on that?
Yeah.
That's what you got. So you're suggesting to set thank you, Mr. Chair, if we are legally able to set our own cap lower than what the state cap is, and by ordinance or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
If we can, but I don't think we're able to. I don't think that, from what I can recall from Ryan Osowski, I don't know that that's in our purview, but we can follow up on that. But if it's
I like the
not,
idea though.
If it's not, we can always lobby our state legislators and make it a legislative priority.
Well, if the governor is successful, he may get rid of that problem for us.
Yeah.
If he's
possible.
successful.
And then the second one is Mike Dyer and his team did a good job back on the, well, they always do a good job. But it was on Wednesday, I believe, of last week, they sent all council. I had asked Ryan and his team to look at exemptions where we can offer additional tax breaks. And there's several that we don't do in Volusia County. Ones that kind of caught my eye, there's some tax breaks in here that we don't participate in, like additional historic property exemptions for public access. You know, if we want to preserve some of this stuff, just like some other things we have to do, we have to incentivize it, you know, a little bit, and then it gives us a little bit of control. There's economic development exemptions. This one here has to go on a referendum. But we do a lot of, or some of this already, just like we did with like Avello and some of the economic programs, revenue guarantees and stuff like that. But if we want to go in a direction in this county, I think that's what this board wants, to further diversify our tax base and create jobs and do all this stuff. There's ways to do that, in my opinion. And looking at number 5 on that sheet as well, which is economic development exemptions. Also, two others that caught my mind, and then caught my eye, and then I'm done. Is one that I think we can help out for our seniors or our parents or grandparents. Keep them closer to home too, is number 11 on that sheet. It's a reduction in assessment of living quarters of parents and grandparents. And that is under our purview. That's something we can enact, you know. And in the notes here, living quarters must be homesteaded property, not more than 20% of total square footage, but it gives the landowner a higher, an exemption rate for keeping their folks there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
For me, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Are you saying like within the existing footprint or like an accessory dwelling unit, ADU?
Existing footprint, and it's not to exceed more than 20% of the total square footage. So that exemption, as I think of what it says here, living quarters must be on homestead property, but not more than 20% of total home square footage.
Yeah, just as an FYI too, the legislature is moving forward an ADU bill for accessory dwelling units to preempt cities and counties, make them permissible, just so you know.
Well, that'll be good for our accessory dwellings.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it is a
this
little
would be
different.
good.
I got you.
But, and then two, high water recharge lands assessment is another interesting one. That's number 12 on that sheet. Pretty much council allows us to adopt an ordinance which establishes a assessment formula, and property owners must apply and enter into contract with the county. But it's designed to preserve and protect high water recharge lands. But also, it could deter people or alleviate people from that tax burden and being forced to sell it or even entertain, maybe development or whatever to further protect maybe some of those areas. So I'd like to make a quick motion to bring back information on numbers 5, 11, and 12. I believe. Let me just double check that real quick. Or, excuse me, 4, 5, 11, and 12. And David, if you're interested too, staff, can we bring back some information on the feasibility of addressing that cap and see if that cap can be lowered, which I don't think it can be at a local level, but maybe put on our legislative agenda if council so desires.
Is it the homestead cap you're talking about?
It was for non-homestead cap.
Non-homestead cap.
But we can look at homestead stuff too, so whatever you guys think is fine. I'm just looking.
Hey, Danny, I like the idea, if I may, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I think to our attorney, I think depending how the language is written in state law, I know we can't exceed a certain number, But I'd be surprised if the legislature says that you can't self-impose a lower limit. I'd be surprised if that's the case.
Well, you guys do that every year
With the
in
millage
a way,
adoption?
right? I mean, you guys are setting the millage,
Yeah.
and you're telling us where to go. And I don't, at least I'll have to defer to them, but I don't think you can do it to the future.
The key to
You know,
this is to.
you'd be just tying the hands of another council.
Yeah, I get it. Everything's permanent until you change it. I get you.
So, but you guys could say to yourselves, I mean, this is all we're willing to do, and to a certain degree, you're doing that when you give me direction,
Right.
you know, on where to go. So the other thing to keep in mind is that, again, that's the county, and then you got the cities, and that's where some of the action really is. And you have cities that are approaching
10
and struggling with the 10 mil cap. So we've had to make changes in things like our contract with Lake Helen, for instance, in order to keep them under a 10 mil cap. So the small cities that don't have commercial really struggle.
And sometimes those cities are, not naming any specifics, but they're their own demise by not allowing commercial, right?
Exactly.
And so I like where you're going. I love conversations around how we tax people.
I just want to tighten or see if it's even possible to put any limitations for us or future boards. I don't care countywide to set some limits so it just doesn't run away or when administrations change. So that's it, I think. Oh, one more thing. This is for you, Troy. I had that light bulb come on. We had a young lady up here, and it works pretty well in New Smyrna Beach. Her dog passed away, right? I'd be willing to support you because I think it's good, and it might help that group raise some money. But in our dog park areas where there's an access, instead of putting pavers or something like that down south, we do bricks in memory of Roscoe, you know, because you obviously can't have a pet cemetery or something down there, but they can raise money, and I think they charge like $20 a brick, whatever it is, and they do it for graduations, pets, but it's all along Flagler Avenue, for a mile. You can buy a brick every year if you wanted to, so I'm going to buy one for David, actually.
For his cats?
For his cats. But, you know, to put some of those at those little dog things, I'm going to try to do it down to my side, but the gals might be interested in doing something like that for memory of whoever. You know.
Danny, I had not thought of that. I'm sorry, Chairman. Are you okay if I respond? I have not thought of that, but I think it's a really great idea on a couple of fronts. And is that something maybe with, you know, if you make a motion, and I'll be happy to second it, that we could ask staff to bring something back, and this is something we could possibly implement here?
Yeah, I'll make a separate motion to bring back information on if that's feasible for the memory brick. We'll call them memory bricks, I guess, in and around our dog parks or beach accesses or something. Whatever you think.
I'll second it.
Can we change that? And not being serious this time. It's like, that's make it specific dogs, just make it pet.
You got to use. No, I'm getting emails from people that are saying they can't hear any of us, and they can't hear the public. And I talked to Michael about it, and he said it's because you're not using your mics.
Yeah. No, you're right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll try and use my mic.
Danny,
So
can
go
we
ahead.
look at it more so from a pet perspective and not just exclusive to dogs?
Whatever you like,
Yeah.
David. It's fine. I'm open to whatever.
Sure, and I'll second that still as well.
Let's just open it up to pets.
Yeah. I had a parakeet that passed away
Goldfish.
when I was a kid.
Ponies.
Okay. Danny Robbins made the motion. You made the second?
Troy did.
Okay. All in. Matt, did you want to talk? Speak
Yeah,
to
just a
this?
quick
I'm sorry.
question. Did we ever get a second motion or a second on the first motion you made about bringing back information on your?
No, we didn't.
So I'll second that.
I thought we left it that staff heard him, but
No, I think that's appropriate to have a vote on, but I think if you want to take up the paper idea first, and then we can have that other vote, yeah.
Okay, sounds like you have questions.
No, I just wanted to make sure we had direction, that's all.
Okay. The memory brick pavers for dogs, motion by Danny Robbins, second by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
This is to bring back information.
Then, Chairman, just to repeat the first motion,
All right.
bring back information on number 5 on the sheet that Mr. Dyer sent out. And I believe the other one was
You had said 4, 5, 11, and 12.
4, 5, 11, and 12, as well as the any local taxing options with that cap. If there's any future, anything we could do in the future.
That was your motion, and Troy Kent made the second.
Matt did.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is that a holdover, your name?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is that, are you hung over? Okay. Okay. So the county attorney has that one. Is that it for you? Was that a wrap? Okay. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can get staff to pull up that map that I requested. I have an ask of my colleagues here. So I had, let me move this. I've been having conversations with some of the city commissioners in Deltona and a couple of parents. This here is Howland Boulevard. That's Deltona High School toward the bottom. And then this area has just been exploding as far as commercial growth. This map's not quite updated. And I had concerns from parents and commissioners about the children crossing that very, very busy road. I think it's the busiest road in Deltona. And I wanted to see if I can get consensus. I met with staff about opportunities to make this more pedestrian friendly for our students. From what I understand, Volusia still has, and Deltona has a pedestrian problem. I think a few years ago, we were rated, I think, the #1 in the state at one time for pedestrian deaths or injuries. But that being said, I don't want to wait for a problem to happen, an accident here. I wanted to see if my colleagues would support. I met with staff about ideas. Let me see if I can get this here.
Rhode Island and Howland?
Yeah, Rhode Island. Between Rhode Island and Wolfpack Run. Here's Wolfpack. Is it showing there?
Mhm.
Oh, I got to do annotate, right? Wolfpack Run here. Is it showing? And then Rhode Island, we got the racetrack here. We got Starbucks, Burger King. We have a couple of more fast food locations here. And over here is the Wawa. So we have these kids crossing both sides during lunch and during the day. But what I was asking for, because I think we had put in the budget for a study to look at this whole intersection going to Catalina, if I'm correct, right, Ben? Yes, Tad. But I wanted to see if we can do something for the students to enhance this. And specifically, I first asked for an enhanced crosswalk. You're familiar with Mainland High School over there in Daytona State College?
Mhm.
That was something I did when I was in the legislature to enhance those crosswalks. But I don't think it requires that kind of investment here, especially since we're looking to do some improvements here in the future. In talking to staff, they had some ideas to channel. One of the problems we have is we have to channel the students to go to the crosswalks, right? And one of the ideas was to put railings along this side, on both sides, to send the students to the actual crosswalk. Tad gave some good ideas that we can go in some low cost instead of having enhanced crosswalks right now, is to do an improved concrete overlay or like colored concrete, and then maybe some additional signage or something like that over here and over here for the students. So I know we're not in the silo right now of approving or looking at projects, but I want to see if there's support from my colleagues to direct staff to go back and look at what they can do here to enhance this. I don't want to wait for an accident, and I'd like to see if they could do it for the next school year, because I know things take planning and time. So there's my ask, gentlemen, is if I could get support, send staff. Oh, thank you. well, that was motion, yeah. So direct staff to look at improving this cross area in front of the schools. Yeah. And the second, Danny? And then obviously they'll come back to us with what the cost will be, and then we'll make that decision. If that's okay.
Yeah. Vice Chair Reinhardt?
Yeah, just a quick question, David. Is this is something more than a school crossing?
Yeah, it's going to do more than that, correct.
I sit on that board that you convinced me to sit on.
There's pedestrians going back and forth, not just
Pedestrians,
students.
period.
Yeah, because it's going to get a lot more restaurants and stuff here. So there's going to be a lot more activity happening here really, really soon. This area that I got the X here, that's already been cleared. They're already doing the underground and the road preparation for the parking lot for 3 restaurants to go there. So it's gonna increase. So again, being the busiest road, I want to do something before a tragedy happens.
Yep, that's a good time to do it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Just briefly, quick question. Mr. Santiago, will the school district have any skin in this game, you think?
You know, I think it's worthy conversation, so I'll amend my motion if the seconder is okay to see if the school's willing to participate and if they have resources that they can tap in for that when we come back to the council.
Perfect.
Okay. That's a good question.
So we asked the Volusia County School Board.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they would participate.
Yeah.
Make sure they know it was Troy's idea.
Okay. Do you want to vote
Okay.
on that, Mr.
Any other questions? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
And this is to come back at,
Give us proposals, what it's going to cost, and see if if the council approves it, to start to have it by the next school year start. If we approve the finances
okay.
later on.
When do you want the finances back?
Well, if they're going to try to get it done by school year, I think they're going to have to move pretty quick.
Right.
So I think they're pretty competent. They'll figure it out, right? Yeah. It's your birthday too, right, Ben? So, did you want to share what that would entail?
You're going to have to wish him a happy birthday now.
We're not going to be able to use any of our continuing services contracts likely for this, so we'd have to bid the project out. So there's the 30 days of bidding time, then the analysis, get it in front of you all, unless it happens to come back underneath the county manager's $125,000. What I'd ask is if you've got an upset limit, we just start moving forward on this thing and start the process. If we have to develop a price for it, bring it back to you all, get your approval, then prepare the plans, then get it bid and do all those things. We're not going to make it for school year.
Gotcha. So what are you asking? You said
So if
upsell
you've
it.
got a price that you're comfortable with, I think that the improvements that we're talking about with regard to fence and doing some work at the
concrete
intersections, putting in the concrete for the crosswalks, as well as adding some enhanced signage for it, I think we're below $200,000 if the council's comfortable with that. If we go over it for some reason, then obviously we can bring it back, but I prefer that we do that just to avoid any lost time and try to get that, try to meet your goal.
So you want it up to 200,000?
Yes.
Not to exceed? Okay. Danny Robbins.
Chair and Mr. Seno, a few months ago, we approved just shy of $5 million for road safety upgrade
right.
projects.
Yeah.
Do we have any of that money left? And I believe that was it from ARPA or was it from?
General fund.
Was it?
You guys programmed it at a previous meeting.
Right.
I
We
mean,
have-
if you direct us, we could take it out of there, but I think if, what Tad's saying is, if you just direct 200,000, we'll find where the money
Right.
will
I
come
mean, we
out
have
of
money
one
in
of our
reserves. We've got sidewalk funds we can use towards
That's cool.
this. We've got other safety money.
Yeah.
It's not a question of where would I pull the money from so much. It's just having your authorization to move forward so I don't have to come back. I will update you as soon as we've got a number, but we lose a lot of time trying to meet that before the start of school year.
Okay. Well, thank you. It looks like my colleagues are okay with that unless
Yeah.
things. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's just.
Mr.
Hey.
Chair, can you clarify who the motioner and seconder was?
The motion was by David Santiago and the second by
Danny?
Danny Robbins.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Oh, we got to vote still, right?
So we kind of preliminarily voted, but let's vote on it with this figure of up to 200,000, not to exceed $200,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, guys. The other thing I have is I wanted to bring back the road designation. If you remember, like 3 meetings ago, I brought forward a proposed road designation for a former sheriff in Volusia County. I still support that initiative, but I wanted to put a different twist to see if you all think it's a good idea. I remembered in the legislature, I did a few of these, and I think it's a better process from the perspective is we do a road designation. When you go to the legislature, you take an area, you'll say from, Smith Street from the corner of, First and Smith all the way to 50 and Smith. You can put a sign on either end. This is what the legislature does, and we dedicate that section to the individual. And there's a sign that says this road dedicated to Troy Kent by the Volusia County Council on this date. Yeah, later on. We'll work on that. Yeah. But those signs, you may have seen them. The legislature does them like in an orange and brown. They're pretty nice. So I think that would be more memorable for the individual because you get to spell it out that the county did this for this individual with their full name. And then we don't have to change any street signs or anything like that as far as people where they live. So, and basically the cost would be the pole and the print of the sign. I think we do that internally.
I like that.
And adopt that type of program for road designations. So just call it a road designation program. And then if you guys are okay, I'll get with staff and figure out where that road is and bring it back for approval for this former sheriff. Is that okay?
Okay. Well, it can be orange and blue.
I don't know what color, but it'll be our colors, right? Yeah. It'll be our county colors, right? That's a good point. Yeah. All right.
Did you say garnet and gold?
All right. Do you want to vote on that, Mr. Chair? I think we'll get consensus. So it's up to you.
Yeah. Anybody opposed? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thanks. I think it'll be a long-term, better program.
Can you clarify who the seconder was on that?
I don't know. Troy Kent will second. Yeah. And the last thing I have is that you talked about the veterans event that you attended in the Ocean Center. It sounds like it was a great event. Yep, it looked good. I just want to throw it out there. We have a lot of veterans on the west side. You're not listening over there.
Okay, Don.
What's her name? She's the one that coordinated it, right? Oh, Scott.
That was Scott Olson, and we have held it most recently at the fairgrounds here
perfect.
on the
Okay.
west side, so we were trying it on the ocean.
Perfect. Yes, that's great. Okay, thank you. I did not know. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I only have one thing left. I had the fuel terminal, but Troy took care of that. I had, after the last council meeting and having several meetings with with staff and Mr. Booker about what's going on in Tallahassee, worked with staff to send a letter to our Volusia delegation and a few other members, mostly on Senate Bill 1118, and the last I heard this morning, it still wasn't calendared for next week. I hope that's the case. So the public seems to have slowed it down a little bit. Maybe not. You might be able to update us on how that works. But so I sent a letter just under my name that the county attorneys helped me to prepare. And the suggestion was to bring it back today to see if the entire council would like to send a letter. They would write the letter, send it to us for your approval on home rule in general, because this seems to be the session that's really attacking home rule, not only on that Senate bill, but lots of others. And my thought, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, either of the county attorneys, or is that what's happening with the Senate bill is that they're pulling things out of the bill that most people don't like and tucking them into new new bills where they might not be noticed. So it probably should be a letter just more general about home rule, asking for protection. What are your thoughts on that, Mike? Do we still, with what you know right now, do we still need to focus it on that existing Senate bill?
I think if council did want to take a position and we wanted to go ahead and get something out without bringing it back to you in 2 weeks, we focus on home rule, the ability to enact local protections, reference specifically Senate Bill 1118, or other legislation that addresses that subject. To generally oppose those measures if council wishes. If you give us that direction, we can draft something for you to have it signed or bring it back for you at the next meeting. Your choice.
Yeah, I would suggest for the council's benefit, I don't want to ask them to sign something that they haven't read yet, but just to write it and send it to all the council members and see if they agree, if they have additions, subtractions, any kind of edits. So I'm just asking if anyone is interested in doing that. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with the letter. I think it should be specific to the bill number instead of broad. Just saying we're opposed to anything that impedes on home rule. I mean, they know it, and they hear it every year. But I think focusing on a specific bill and why that bill is problematic for us, it'd be more effective, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The other thing that I will add, my very limited intel says that bill's probably not going to go anywhere. But that doesn't mean that I don't support the letter. I'm okay with the letter.
Okay. So Senate Bill 1118 with the associated House bill, which I don't recall the number, but
we can add that.
Yeah.
And
all right.
My only thought is I had a sense you wanted to go ahead and get the letter out and not bring it back in 2 weeks. So I can't have a sunshine issue with you each having individual edits, but if you're okay with us writing a bill, the theme being protecting home rule, local control, specifically charter amendments that might be approved by voters. If you're okay with that, I can draft it. If you have any of you sign it, if any of you object to it, I'll bring it back in 2 weeks. But I haven't had that come up before, so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anybody opposed to that? To looking at it? Okay. David? Okay. Then I'm good with that. There was something else I'm missing, but I don't want to talk about this morning more. Okay, then let's that's the end of council comments and staff. We do have some members of the public, but one of them's not back. You want to wait? Are you going to stay for this? Okay, then let's move on to item 10.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. We're here to discuss the 7 strategies that the council identified in response to the concerns that the public have in regards to some of the flooding that has occurred in Volusia County. This is a report that's coming from multiple departments and multiple divisions because this is a far-reaching set of strategies that spans a variety of different legal and physical operational needs. Critical in there is, first and foremost, are there federal or state preemptions, laws, or those types of things? Is there site-specific issues? Are there localized items that we need to address? Whether it's a case law on some of these questions. And we hope to go through all of those in detail with you today so we can walk away with better direction from you given the directions that you provided us. The 7 strategies consisted of no impact to wetlands, no wetland mitigation banks, acquisition of flood-prone prone residential structures, identification of improvements that could be made with canal maintenance and ditch maintenance, acquisition of or utilizing public property to address some of our stormwater requirements, addressing a proliferation of multifamily development that has occurred specifically along the LPGA corridor. And then lastly, we were looking at the opportunities to restrict or prevent additional fill material being brought onto vacant sites that were targeted for development. We're going to address each one of those today. The first one up will be strategy 1, which is restrict any impacts on wetlands. I will kind of go over the overview. Paolo will also come in and kind of provide you with the legal considerations as we go through this. In this first slide, we really just wanted to kind of emphasize what the functions of wetlands actually are. And we bring this up because what functionality of a wetland is a critical aspect, as we'll get into as we talk about this. And it shows the benefits that preservation and protection of wetlands provide to not just Volusia County, but the entire state as well as the entire United States. And that's why you see that there are federal, state, and local rules that pertain to it. Here locally, one of the trends that we've observed and reported to the council is that we are transitioning. In 1990, we were primarily a rural area. Back then, we had basically 16% of our total lands were in cities. Now, as you look forward to 2020, we had 32%. So it doubled. And I would say that number is larger here in 2025. So what you're seeing is that we are transitioning from a rural and agricultural form of government or county to a more urban, suburban with rural areas. And that's why it's even more critical that we understand what wetland regulations are in place and how they apply, not just in the unincorporated area, but the cities and the state and the feds as well. At the federal level, you have the Clean Water Act, and this is primarily implemented through your Army Corps of Engineers. We heard earlier about the 404 permits. That is the Army Corps' permits that address waters of the United States and those impacts. There's still some discussion going on at the federal level on how those are going to be enforced with the new administration, so that's going to be something that the Army Corps will have to be addressing. Here in the state of Florida, our state rules primarily are implemented by either your Department of Environmental Protection or DEP or any of the regional water management districts. Here we have St. John's Regional Water Management District. Both of them require, if you're going to be impacting wetlands, to go through the environmental resource permitting process. There's state law that's uniformly applied by both those departments and to any kind of development application. At the county level, we do have minimum standards. They're contained in Chapter 50, and those are to be administered by the local governments, the cities that we have, and as well as the county. And then that's where you see at the very bottom of the inverted pyramid the implementation ordinance, which is our Chapter 72 of our land development regulations. So talking about what are minimum standards, they were initially adopted in the 80s. They've gone through some changes, and the latest version was updated in 1999. They have at the core of it a no net loss of wetland acreage or function. And the big thing that has occurred since the 80s into the 90s is that you see that the state has preempted local governments from how a wetland is delineated and mitigation that is associated with that. We'll be able to get into that a little bit later into the discussion. We require in Volusia County, with the unincorporated areas, a wetland alteration permit for any wetland on single-family lots. We have, at the heart of all of our permitting, and then this is why we emphasize this, avoidance and minimization. And part of our presentation today, we will get in and kind of show you some real-world examples where we've gone through with applicants who've identified conceptually what they would like to do initially, and then after meeting with staff, what they actually wind up doing, so that you can understand what happens. Because we in growth and resource management, we have pre-application meetings. When people come in with conceptual plans, that's when we have the opportunity to say, no, this is not consistent with our code, it's not consistent with our comp plan, you need to go back and retool your plan and bring it back to us. The upland buffer, there is a upland buffer requirement that is seen both at the state and local level. The big difference is that here in Volusia County, it's a solid 25 feet around the wetland area as a minimum. There's additional standards for natural resource management areas. The water management districts and DEP allow for an averaging. So therefore, you could have an area where there would be no wetland buffer, but in other areas, it's increased to meet that minimum average of 25 feet. As with any rule, there has to be some sort of exemptions. And so we do talk about that, and these are identified, the ones that you see there. The bona fide agricultural uses, maintenance. When we say maintenance, you do have some man-made ditches and other canals like that, which become wetlands and are exempt from the wetland regulations. Wetlands in a half acre or smaller. These are, again, consistent with what you see at the state and federal level. We also identified that if you have an isolated wetland which does not have any tie to a larger wetland system or any functional capability of adding to that system. And what we talked about here was site plans and subdivisions that obtained a valid ERP from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Again, we do not want to duplicate a lot of the effort. There are going to be situations, though, where we will require the buffering above and beyond what is required, and we will get into the avoidance and minimization discussion as part of the pre-application process. In regards to the implementation through Chapter 72, we do require wetland alteration permits. Again, we utilize that language of avoidance and minimization, and again, that will come in. We can describe to you what avoidance and minimization is, but the fact is each site is going to have its own unique features which will indicate what is someone is truly avoiding wetlands or if they're just trying to minimize the damage as opposed to actually trying to work with us on that. And as I referenced, the natural resource management area, which is basically the primary points of where we see the best connectivity of ecosystems. And I want to emphasize that because one of the things that I remember as coming up through the planning ranks is the discussion about what happened in the SeaWorld parking lot. In the middle of the SeaWorld parking lot, for those of you who remember, there was a round island of cypress. And that was because they had to save that round island of cypress. And it had very little environmental function. And it wound up getting lost because over time, the quality of the wetland died, quality of the trees died. There wasn't being able to provide any kind of habitat for native species there. And so it was not necessarily serving why you have that. That's why you see the concept of having larger ecosystems which have uplands, wetlands, and connectivity provides a greater opportunity for a better habitat. So we also talk about our comprehensive plan in there because the comprehensive plan is the basis for a majority of these. Okay, getting into the nuts and bolts of avoidance and minimization. These are actual projects that have come through your staff. Here you see this was an initial application that was submitted for a subdivision concept plan. Here you see that the applicants have identified impacts of existing wetlands here, here, and here. This one is the one on this over here on the right side of the screen. As you can see, it's provided connectivity through that system and all the way through in here. Yes. Okay, well that it looks great on mine. So basically the property, the circle to the right, you can see that is providing connectivity to a larger wetland system, and the two over towards what would be the left side of the screen do not have any of that connectivity, and depending on the size would actually be exempt from our standards. When this came in, staff through the technical staff review process identified that these were not acceptable impacts to the wetlands. And so what you see happen is that the final plan, the wetland up towards the north part was preserved, and that finger that's tied into the larger system was preserved. So we were able to avoid and minimize. And the impacts that were allowed on that smaller wetland, which was probably exempt from us, has been utilized as part of their stormwater system. So again, when we're looking at it, what can we do to ensure that whatever's done on the site maintains the function of what we're trying to accomplish with our wetland habitat? Here's a commercial site. Again, this identifies wetlands. It identifies the area where they're coming in with some of the trees and those types of things. Here again, we're showing what we would like to see done, what was actually completed, and we were able to get additional wetland areas added to the site to ensure that we maintain the balance of allowing people private property rights to utilize their land as is allowed by our land use and zoning, but also still protect a natural resource. Here's one that is critical, because when we say we're in avoidance and minimization, the part of this plan that you see all the way on the left side of your screen is landlocked. They had no other way of getting in and out to this project. So therefore, this crossing was necessary. So they've designed this in a manner that would minimize the impacts and also had to do some mitigation for that. This is necessary to allow for reasonable use of the land. And you're going to hear us talk about that. We cannot prohibit someone impacting a wetland if they can do it in the most minimum method possible and still gain access. And then this last example reflects what was done in order to address some fire safety issues. We could have basically eliminated that portion of the road and told them not to impact that wetland. However, we would not have gotten the connectivity that is needed to ensure that you did not have an isolated road that did not meet our minimum standards for multiple access points. One of the critical things that we do in residential subdivisions, we don't like to have cul-de-sacs that exceed 1,000 linear feet in distance, because if that road is damaged early on, you don't get access to all the parcels. This gives you an idea of our actual amount of wetland impacts that have occurred in unincorporated Volusia County over about a 2-year period. And I want to kind of point out is that you see over in the residential component, we're talking about a lot of accessory structures, primarily pools, fences, docks, those types of things. These are where we are going in there, and it's allowing for someone who owns a single family home on a vested lot being able to utilize their land in a method that is acceptable. Again, when we meet with the public, we try and emphasize what are the minimums that we can do. In regards to commercial, which includes residential subdivision, that's where you see that, again, we're working with them, and if there's a greater public purpose, we have to allow for that type of impact with the understanding that it would be mitigated for. When you see that single family residence over there on the left side, that residential table, the important thing to remember is that pertains primarily to vested lots in subdivisions that were approved before we had our standards in place. And a classic example is Daytona Park Estates. I won't say that all of these are in Daytona Park Estates, but there are a considerable number of lots in that area that have wetlands that we have to allow for some limited impacts, but they again have to address the mitigation aspects. So now I'm going to turn it over so that my friend Paolo can take you through the legal considerations.
Oh.
Yes.
Clay, before you go,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Santiago has a question for
Can you
you.
go back to slide 86? I want to make sure I'm comprehending what I'm reading here, Clay. On the residential column, are you saying here in this presentation that in 2-year time period, in the county, we have, on single-family residence, we have only affected 4.59 acres of wetlands?
And 4.24 of the associated buffer. So,
And the overwhelming majority of that is stuff that's already entitled that we didn't really...
all of that is entitled.
Wow.
So we're not filling in wetlands. I'll be damned.
Well, can you answer Danny's question?
Again,
I know it's a general statement, right?
no, I mean, we have, I would say, a very conscientious group of professionals that review every permit to ensure compliance with the wetland regulations that the county council has established for the unincorporated area. And what you're seeing is that we've been able to work with the public when they've come in to avoid these things to the maximum extent possible, and any impacts that they actually occur are the minimal, just to allow for reasonable use of their private property. Again, that is the primary focus of every application that comes through on that.
I know it's not zero. I know it's not zero. But given the size of our county, you know, I want to say the words fake news, not from you, but anybody that accuses the county of just filling in wetlands everywhere is not an accurate statement. Am I wrong there?
Well, I mean, we allow for wetland impacts. We have to allow for reasonable.
I get it. I'm just going with the hard numbers.
So what you're seeing is that there's roughly been, for commercial development, which includes new residential subdivisions, there's been about 26 acres of impact. And then with existing residential, there's been about 14 acres of impact if you factor in upland buffers, which we do require mitigation for that as well.
Sure. Well, I did not expect that number, Clay, because I bought into the narrative that some were saying that we were doing that. So I'm glad you're really sharing this, and I hope that the public really sees the good work that you're all doing.
And again, it's all part of the process when they come in, and if someone is looking to nuke an entire wetland, we are the first ones to tell them that you're not going to be able to do that, and that you have to demonstrate avoidance and minimization with any application.
Troy Kent. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Irvin, welcome back, by the way.
Thanks.
Hopefully we don't lose you again in the future. We're better when you're here, so thank you.
I've got some great people here.
So I appreciate where Mr. Santiago is going with this, but I also appreciate where you said we do allow impacts to wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the commercial and the residential over a 2-year period, what is that, around 32 acres have been impacted?
A little bit. I mean, what you're looking at is roughly 40 acres total if you combine both columns.
Okay. I was trying to be a little more conservative. So over a 10-year period, I don't know, 150 acres, since we're going by a 2-year period here. I'm just kind of keeping it the same. If it were the same every 2 years, it'd be about 150 acres. 20-year period, 300 acres. 30-year period, 350 acres. I'm just going by the math, what we have here. And my point with that is, and I know you know where I'm going with this, is that if you don't make a change, this little bit that we're talking about, oh, this is minuscule, this is nothing. But, you know, it all adds up. It's sort of like gaining, 2 pounds a year. And after 30 years, you go, what happened? Or losing 2 pounds a year, Because what jumps out at me is, on the way up to see my daughter driving the loop, there is a piece of property that has oak trees all over it. And I know we had biblical proportion floods. I know that. But we have standing water on those oak trees that couldn't have been there because the oak trees wouldn't have grown in that and been like that. So I just wanted to find out, and you said it, we are impacting wetlands. Thank you.
I do need to clarify something. If this table had been from 2006 to 2008, when we were in the depth of the recession, we probably would have had no impacts whatsoever to wetlands. I do have to reference that this is like one of our largest development, if you look at the amount of permits that we are issuing. So it's going to be a situation that it's not a constant growth. It's going to be up, down, those types of things.
Councilman Robbins. Don't go anywhere yet.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay, if I understand this correctly, because of the county projects here, primarily what we're looking at is that the county impacts, obviously, for public good, we have to have certain services like the landfill, like roads, like utility, any utilities. That stuff comes naturally. So between that and the single family residents which have entitlements, I mean, that's pretty much making up, there's no avoidance in that, in other words. If we added any other restrictions or try to solve a problem that by the numbers is not the magnitude that has been widely portrayed, in your professional opinion, are we below, do you think, the average, or where are you, do you think we're low or where we should be? Because to me, this looks very low compared to any other counties or.
Again, comparing, it's all very situational. And so if you're going to redevelop in downtown Fort Lauderdale, obviously those issues, that whatever wetlands have been gone since the 50s there.
Right.
So it's not going to necessarily show that. We are still hold, roughly 600,000 acres of open area that is open to development. And I think that what you're seeing is we're showing good stewardship in how we are applying it. I'd say that there are, I would say that we're probably right in the middle when you start looking at how counties throughout the state are handling it. There are smaller rural counties which do not have some of the standards that we have. Right. There are larger, more urbanized areas that have very, very strict rules and regulations. We have identified at the end of our presentation, if the council wants us to do so, some things that we could potentially discuss with NRAC as part of their update on the wetland standards.
And Clay, just one more thing. And because we have these minimal numbers, it leads me to believe that we have these minimal numbers because if we do anything else, because we're above and beyond state and a lot of federal regulations, it constitutes a taking. It's like almost, when I compare it, death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to taking someone's property. What is our threshold where it'll make it just ridiculous to own property when it comes to, maybe this is more of a political question and law question, but where I'm getting at is at what point do we just say the hell with land ownership rights and let's just regulate people out of town? I'm trying to figure.
Victoria will provide the details on case law and everything else associated with wetland regulations.
Before we go to that, Mr. Chair, can we finish up the questions on this
Yeah.
slide?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. That way we go to legal after that.
Councilman Santiago.
Oh, no, Matt first.
Oh, Councilman Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understood that correctly, and I know we're going to get to that, so if more stringent measures were taken, that could be something NRAC could address?
Yes, sir. Prior councils and this current council have identified as updates to the wetland regulations, which we agree, as the prior slide said, we haven't touched this thing in over 25 years. We definitely need to have some sort of update to our wetland regulations. And NRAC has got that identified as a priority for this year. So if this possible, it would be good if this council could provide any additional guidance in regards to what they would like to see NRAC do with our wetland regulations. This would be the opportunity.
Okay, so that being said, that addressed one question that I have further with that 25 years that you said that it's last been addressed. We, prior to myself coming on council, something that the chair and Mr. Robbins had addressed with NRAC when they talked about, well, actually, no, we did it. We got them away from trees and went on to stormwater. So we could actually give direction to them to address that sooner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's good. And then you made the comment, and there's some good questions brought up by my colleague, Mr. Kent, because he talked about, I'm like that too. I look at years. Okay, so if it's this amount this year, if I multiply it times 10, and I'm like that. But then I noticed public projects. In that 2-year process, 23.20 acres is due to the expansion of the landfill cell. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Had to be done.
Yes, sir.
That leaves 1.58 acres in 2 years for in that public project area. So if you had taken out, we didn't do the landfill. We don't do it every year. Say amen. So if you would have taken out that 23.20, that number average-wise would be a lot less. A lot less if we did that, because I'm just like Mr. Kent. I do that multiplying, well, if it's this much this year, it's got to be so on and so forth. So
yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm accurate in that. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's where I was going with the public projects, because you're right, but it's at that point the public projects 96% almost of the commercial side. 96% for a 2-year period was for that one project. And then I want to make sure, Clay, I didn't misunderstand you. On the residential side, the single-family residence, the 4.59, I think you said that the overwhelming majority of that was already entitled properties that you didn't do anything with.
Well, if you're entitled, you would have to, in other words, like we were talking about Daytona Park Estates,
Yeah.
if I own a home in there and there are wetlands on site, we would have to allow for them to impact it to reasonably use their property. If there's an opportunity that they could preserve them or protect them, we work with them to do so. But we also realize that if you have wetlands along the front of your property and the only way to get your driveway is through the wetlands.
Yeah.
So that's what you're reflecting there is the 4.59 out of those properties. These are folks that said, I have the right to build my house. I want to build my house. And
So 4.5, 2.5. So it looks like maybe 3.5 acres. I'm rounding. So in a 2-year period, outside of the public projects and the already entitled properties, it looks like it was about 3.5 acres approximately that were impacted. But I think you did a great job, Clay, in explaining that there are times when we have to, because of private access to private property, that we can't create a rule to stop that. Is that correct?
again, and Paolo will address it, you have
Okay.
to allow for private property owners to have reasonable use of their property.
Yeah. Okay. Which makes that challenging. I think it's the last question. Of the subdivisions that we've approved, and I know there aren't very many, in 2 years, can you give me an approximate of, I don't know where that reflects on this slide,
0.37.
how many acres we may have done?
Wetland impact is 0.37 in that, see where it says subdivision on the commercial site?
Yeah, so in 2 years, things that your department has approved through the process.
New applications that were processed through here. Now, again, there are going to be, we brought this to as just a sense of scale. Please understand that this is not a great tool for projections of next year, because we could have a situation where someone's coming in, and I'm going to tell you, Tad and Ben have a yeoman's job, because whenever you create a new road, like we're looking at trying to do with the Williamson extension, like when you try and do any kind of widening, like we've done with a variety of different roads, there are going to be wetlands there. There's no avoiding them at that point in time. So you're trying to minimize. To steal something from the DOT, they do the PD&E studies to try and find the route that does the least amount of damage. And that's what Ben and Tad are trying to do with their road program to make sure that we minimize it. We could get a bunch of road projects, and that number could skyrocket.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure you all understand. This is just a snapshot of the last 2 years as we've done through this. It gives you an idea that we are working on all of these different types of applications, and we are working to make sure that we are very conscientious in the implementation of our wetland regulations.
And Clay, I'm not opposed to updating them as an individual. You say we have to update them to make it more modernized. I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to make the case to object to updating them. What I am trying to do with my questioning is the narrative is very, very wrong out there. The county has done a good job of mitigating the amount of wetlands that have been impacted on projects that we are involved with. So that is a fact. It's not zero. I get it. But there are requirements based on laws that make us do it. You're doing a yeoman's job and making sure people don't do that.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you. And I'm up for updating it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay had mentioned they haven't been updated in 25 years. Does that mean that could that mean that we have high standards and that they haven't had the need to be updated in 25 years?
I think the main concern from your staff is that we still have in our rules and regulations things that have been preempted by the state.
So,
and that's
those kind of updates.
Those kind of updates are primarily there in that, again, you're going to hear about it later, but the Unified Method of Assessing Mitigation, UMAM, that basically set in place how you define mitigation. We don't have that in there. We need to make sure we update it to address it. So there's been not as much federal, but from the state level, there's been some changes in rules, regulations that have preempted us from being able to have that. There's been changes in some of the technology and terminology that's out there that needs to be updated. So therefore, yes, it needs some updating. Are we more stringent? There are standards that we have that are tied to our comprehensive plan that exceed the minimum requirements of the state.
Thank you. I feel like, Dave, listen, this is a sensitive area for a lot of people, especially in the rural community. They're kind of fed up with government, and my reaction to a lot of this is natural, because for the longest time, and I still am, I'm fed up with government. And I think many of you obviously know that by now, because everything that we do is death by 1,000 cuts. And when I see numbers like this, compared to the hell that some of us have been through in the last 4 to 5 years, you did a great presentation back in 2022. Remember the growth management one?
Yes, sir.
Slaying dragons that don't exist, but we have to dedicate so much staff time to some of this stuff, and we honestly sometimes send you guys down rabbit holes, and I'm glad that this information came up. So it gives the public, it gives you guys, and it gives this board the real true sense of reality, and it's not this Armageddon like we've been sold for so long. And council, I'm just gonna make one last statement. I'm ready to make a stance on this. I've about had a belly full. I understand this is all great. The numbers don't lie, but we shouldn't just be giving direction if that's a decision this council decides to go, in my opinion. Just to do it when it may not be updated. I don't want to keep slaying dragons that don't exist and making issues out of non-issues now that we have this, and that's just my personal feeling.
Councilman Santiago.
Something just came to my mind, Clay, and is it possible for us, one of the items I think we talked about was the topography of subdivisions, things like that, and fill and stuff on, preventing fill. Can we make an ordinance to require stem wall construction, that we only accept that?
Let me go ahead, and when we get to that item, I'll be able to discuss what we have as far as options.
That's certainly a tool. Wouldn't it be possibly a tool?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, you guys kind of discussed half of what I was going to talk about. So good news. You can, if you wanted to, regulate wetlands. You can prohibit wetlands through the denial of a wetland alteration permit. That is completely within a local government's purview. State doesn't preempt that. Federal government doesn't preempt that. The issue is, a blanket rule of, no wetland impacts will not withstand kind of constitutional challenge. There are provisions where you must accommodate a wetland impact for, to avoid a taking. So these are always analyzed on a case-by-case basis. If a wetland alteration is denied, does it take all economically viable use of the property? And there have been cases that have found that, the denial of the permit constitute a taking. There have also been cases of famously, one in 2013 against the St. Johns River Water Management District, where the Supreme Court found an unconstitutional exaction from the denial of a wetland alteration permit by the district. So there are certain constraints where every single local government, from the state all the way on down, needs to accommodate for private property rights. One of the things we also kind of indicate is, wetland alterations are kind of necessary and unavoidable in order to provide the property access. So access is one of those fundamental property rights where, you can't effectuate your rules such that you're denying access rights to a property. Additionally, riparian rights, the right to dock out, the right to construct a dock, the right to, launch a boat onto, navigable waters is one of the fundamental property rights if you are adjacent to a navigable body of water, and that's a wetland impact. There are also some uses that require wetland impacts that are water-dependent uses. So marinas, docks, fish camps, some restaurants, some things that require the water to function and require impacts to the surface water and wetlands to function themselves. So while you can regulate, the intensity of how you issue and the rules of issuing a wetland alteration permit, the caveat is you need to accommodate on a case-by-case basis, depending upon the land, some of these kind of traditional uses that we have. The only things in terms of wetland impacts that local governments are preempted on is, one, the definition of a wetland, as Clay pointed out, and also the method of delineation of a wetland. So those are the two constraints. We cannot have an alternate definition of a wetland, and everyone has to use the same rules when determining, where the wetland line is. Other than that, the local governments are given the opportunity and regulatory authority to tighten up their avoidance and minimization criteria. So that's what we see on the federal level, on the state level, and on the local levels. It's never a blanket rule. It is, what are the formalized criteria of avoidance? What is the formalized criteria for minimization? And kind of, what is, and whether or not the applicant can meet those determines whether they're issued a wetland alteration permit or denied a wetland alteration permit. So, within that realm, that's, the local government or the county council can direct us, can direct NRAC to take those rules, tighten them up so that staff or an applicant, when they come forward and they've got a proposal, it is very clear, how wetland alteration permits and wetland impacts are handled, what is a permissible impact and what isn't. So, you can make a rule saying, you cannot impact wetlands to create new lots, perfectly acceptable. Those are the kinds of avoidance and minimization criteria that are completely allowable and in fact encouraged. And Clay, I think this is for the NRAC review, which is right.
Pardon me for stepping out.
And can I ask the attorney a question, please? I'm sitting here kind of waiting until we get to the many pages that y'all provided us. I think you probably had a role in writing the legal documents for the first two items, which are extremely enlightening, extremely complicated. So I'll have questions about them, but you just touched on something. You said the state has preempted the delineation and the definition of wetlands. Who determines, I read through it, and it sounds like the wetland, what they're calling a wetland, is the area that's always underwater or got water on it.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Okay.
I mean, I can read it out, but the
Before you
definition
do
is-
that, let me let you know where I'm going. I already see Ginger shaking her head no. Do they ever include the watersheds that feed the wetlands or the flood plains where the water drains into that wetland?
No, those can be completely separate. The floodplain, 25-year, 10-year, 100-year, is a determination based on some other math. The watershed that's defer to Tad and Ben, but that's that is generally where the water goes. You distinguish between open basins, which you eventually go to the ocean, versus closed basins, which don't, then have to percolate down. The definition of a wetland is not just where it's wet. There's like a multiple paragraph long definition. Constitutes, yes, wet things, but it also constitutes soils and plants and things like
Right.
that. That's why, it's not that encompassing in terms of also being one-to-one with the 100-year floodplain, and it's not one-to-one with a watershed or a water basin.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because I think that's part of the problem as we discuss this, and I hear we're almost like butting heads, because I think we're talking about different things sometimes. The wetland is not just the wet area. However, it's predominantly wet, and there's wetland plants there that you can determine that this tends to stay wet. I'm trying not to get controversial, but to say that we're slaying dragons is just not it's not accurate when we can travel all over this county and see property owners whose homes have been flooded, not just once, but repeatedly. And I go to those areas, and what I see happening, I went to Edgewater and met with homeowners whose homes were ruined. One of them was the mayor's grandmother or aunt, there was a development behind it. There was what they called a wetland there, which was a small pond, lake, but all of the area around it, about 100 acres, that used to drain into that, had about 8 feet of fill on it. So when I say we're filling in wetlands, I don't know who can answer this. How would you argue against that? If you fill in the area around that wet area so that the water can no longer drain into it, and then it's backed up to the homes around it and flooding them. That's where I think we're missing it, where the problem is.
Okay. Real quickly is that, and Paolo said it, not all floodplains are wetlands and not all wetlands are floodplains.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you're discussing is going to be kind of addressed at the latter discussion about
And I was trying to wait for that, but
because again, our focus was primarily on the issue of wetlands themselves, because they are clearly, as Paolo has identified, the feds and state have come up with, this is our definition, this is what you're going to do, this is how, and we ourselves utilize that in implementation of our local regulations because we have to. So right now, I would say that chart reflects the wetland aspect. What you're concerned about is the stormwater issue, the floodplain issue, and how all of that is developed and flows into either a natural body or into a man-made body, and the impacts on the surrounding properties. And again, it gets back, we were talking about it earlier. When you have older subdivisions that were built without stormwater regulations and basically utilized swales in the front yard to address their stormwater, or a pipe that fed out into a body of a lake or an ocean or a river, those are the areas that are going to be susceptible to flooding, regardless of whether or not there's going to be a lot of alterations to the surrounding soils, just simply because of the low nature. The standards that we've put in place now, again, you're going to be looking at the amount of stormwater, and I want to reference what Mr. Nicholson said earlier. When you go through St. John River Water Management District, when you go through your county staff here, we're requiring you to retain the water on site and make sure that it's displaced off the site as it did historically. So the pre and post condition remains. So again, at that point, that's what we're looking at. If unfortunately you would be in the lower area anyway, it would result in there. Again, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, the inordinate amount of rain that has occurred has really saturated the ground to the point that there's no way for it to perk as quickly as we would like. And now it's got to go somewhere, so it's showing up into these lower areas. And it is devastating to those who are in areas that weren't developed to handle that level. But we'll get into more details with the discussion on the
Okay.
film.
I'm trying to wait for that, and I will, because otherwise we're going to talk in circles. Before you start, I'm not sure who Councilman Santiago wants to ask a question to.
Just wanted to follow up on the definition of wetland.
You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, why not? Because I know you said it's not very narrow. It's pretty broad, it sounds like.
I think I can help. Ginger Dare, Environmental Management Director. The language is very specific, but in concept, it's not as hard as it sounds. 3 things that you look for to delineate a wetland, and everybody has to follow the state definition, right? But so the state can come out to your site and delineate the wetland. Environmental consultant can do that. Our staff is trained to do that. 3 things we look for: the hydrology. So are there signs that it has wet water, standing water? Is it soggy, right? Are there lichen lines on the trees? So there's hydrology. There's the vegetation, and so we look at all of the species of vegetation on the ground, in the mid-story, and the canopy, and are those species that are there considered wetland species? And then the third thing is the soil. So there are very specific markers in the soil that identify whether that soil remains wet for long periods of time. So it's a very scientific approach, and everybody uses the same definition.
You made a statement I wanted to repeat. Everyone has to use the state definition. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay, so we can't change it.
We can't change the definition. Now,
Okay.
you could have 2 scientists go out to a site and have
That's
maybe a
different,
slightly
yeah.
different line and have a conversation about why
Different.
they called it here or called it there,
Yeah.
but everybody's using those same scientific standards.
I want to make sure we stop. I'm trying to help us move along. So we can't change the definition. We've established that. And that way we can move forward to the next thing and find out what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
No, excuse me. No, thank you, David, for asking some of those questions. Thank you, Ginger and Clay's team. You know, it really helps separate the conjecture and the opinion, which is portrayed a lot of times in the community as if it is a fact. And we really appreciate that, and I know I do. So thank you.
So, going to what you can do, as Clay pointed out, there's some things that NRAC previously reviewed that they were in the process of reviewing, but their priority is now shifted to stormwater. So this council has the authority to, say to NRAC, continue to look at wetland implementation, make some recommendations, and bring it back to council. So I don't know if we provided a copy of that.
That would include cleaning up the old language.
Yes,
that
yes,
we're not complying
yes.
with the statement.
So I don't know if we're going to go to strategy 2. So I don't know if that finishes the discussion on wetland impacts. Short story: local governments can regulate the allowance of wetland impacts, but a one-size-fits-all rule, will probably not withstand. In fact, will not withstand constitutional challenge. It's applied on a case-by-case basis, but you can tighten up, those regulations. So if the direction of council is to, go a step further and, further emphasize that avoidance criteria before you get to minimization or even before you get to mitigation, that is perfectly allowable and perfectly acceptable. So the second criteria is to prohibit the use of mitigation banks. I'll turn to Clay on kind of describing, what a mitigation bank is and kind of how it functions.
As we talk about wetland mitigation banks, I go back to early in my career, and there was a gentleman named Randy Brewer who asked, how can you say that there's no net loss of acreage of wetlands or function of wetlands? And you're allowing for impacts to occur.
I haven't heard that name in 15 years, Randy Brewer.
Yes. And the fact is that at the beginning of our presentation, I wanted to emphasize the function aspect. And so the purpose of mitigation banks are to offset that unavoidable impact. We understand that private property owners have the right to utilize their property as long as they're in compliance with our avoidance and minimization So how do we meet that goal of no net loss of function or acreage of wetlands? So what you see is that we're replacing it. We're substituting it. And one of the things that was explained is that when you see a mitigation bank established, there were development rights associated with that land. That land could have been utilized. And even agriculture is exempt from some of the wetland impact requirements. So therefore, there could have been impacts on that property. There could have been use of that property. So when a wetland mitigation bank is established, they forego all development rights via either a conservation easement or whatever format to the government that is authorizing that, be it a federal or a state level. And that's why you see that you're able to come in and go on and utilize that as one of your mitigation strategies. There are other mitigation strategies that are identified in this PowerPoint. You can mitigate by creating and restoring a wetland. You can purchase federal state mitigation banks, those types of things. Creation is not necessarily one of the more favorable because the success ratios on that are not as well documented. So when we look at it, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has the unified method of assessing mitigation, the UMAM, and it's utilized by all of our water management districts and the DEP. So when you are having to go through that environmental resource permit process, they come in and tell you you've impacted 0.9 acres. That equates to 3, 4, 5, whatever level of credits that you would have to purchase from a mitigation bank. What you're seeing is that the mitigation is above and beyond. It's not an acre for an acre. It's looking at the function. So if you're taking out something that's functioning at X, you're going to get X plus with the mitigation bank because we realize that we can't, again, no net loss. We're looking at function and being able to make sure that whatever function that was there at the wetland you're impacting, plus the wetland that's in the mitigation bank, we're able to get an equal or greater level of function out of it. So that's where that comes from.
Question regarding that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Point. So on the mitigation banks, is that conservation in perpetuity? Can't be reversed according to law right now? That's preserved?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Paolo will talk about the legal considerations specifically in regards to preemption.
So, good news on the wetland impacts. You can, you have the authority to regulate whether or not you allow a wetland impact. That is completely within your purview. Bad news. The mitigation is preempted. So the rules are if you allow a wetland impact to jurisdiction, you are preempted from establishing the amount and even the type of mitigation. So, while the state does not, leaves it to the local government to make its decision on whether or not, this development form is a good idea, the moment, a jurisdictional wetland is allowed to be permitted, then it goes through the state process. It goes through the UMAM process. And I'm going to quote directly from the statute here. It is the exclusive method of determining the amount of mitigation. And it says that, UMAM is the sole, sole means to determine the amount of mitigation needed to offset adverse impacts to wetlands and to award and deduct mitigation bank credits. So, that's already a kind of a red flag of what the state is about to say later on.
Question on that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So if I understand you correctly, we can't eliminate mitigation banks either.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't touch that.
To make it short. But
Okay, thank you.
We have 3 more slides to get to that very short answer. Here's the issue. So the ERP rules and supersedes over anything that we say. So if the mitigation method is set in the ERP, then it supersedes, our mitigation rules and regulations. And the state law also says it is the applicant's responsibility to choose the form of mitigation, and specifically includes on-site mitigation, off-site regional mitigation, and the purchase of mitigation credits from the mitigation bank. So, all right. So the state says applicant, what is your form of mitigation? The state determines if that's okay. That goes into the ERP. The ERP supersedes our rules. More fun news.
Can I interrupt you? And then I think Troy's going to interrupt you. So, state preempts mitigation.
Yes.
How is it determined how much mitigation is required?
That is the UMAM, Uniform Method of Assessment. So that assesses the function loss, and it also assesses the credits, derived from the mitigation bank. The UMAM score does a lot of things.
Who determines where that mitigation occurs?
What do you mean where? I mean, that's what going back to mitigation banks. Mitigation banks are used within a service area, mitigation bank service area. So that's usually aligned with a watershed, or it's usually aligned with a basin. Sometimes, the mitigation bank is larger and includes multiple watersheds. It is broken down into, I think, freshwater and saltwater and federal bank credits, and there's an entire ecosystem associated with the generation, creation, and purchase of mitigation banks. The whole purpose is to preserve whole functioning wetlands.
Okay.
So, the bank itself is the site. So the site is subject to financial constraints, institutional controls, and assurances that whoever is running the site or the bank site can do so for a very long period of time and perpetuity. And you buy credits from that preserved site. So the mitigation is the purchase of the credits generated from the bank. So it's not anywhere, but it should generally be in the service area. There are allowances if your site is outside of the service area under the federal rules, and I think there's a proposed state rule. There's a multiplier effect. So if your project is outside of the service area, to purchase that credit, it costs more, 1.5, more than the usual credits. And the further away you get, the more it costs. So, they've created an entire kind of system associated with this.
So what triggers the need for mitigation?
The impact of a wetland.
So the wetland is impacted?
Yes.
Okay. Which triggers mitigation, which can be done somewhere else, not in that existing wetland. True or false? True. Okay. Thank you. We don't determine the wetland. We don't determine the mitigation. So this is not an attack on you. I'm trying to get answers that make sense of why we see so much flooding.
Can I provide some clarity as it pertains to Volusia County? So if you're here in Volusia County and you're doing a project and you're going through St. Johns River Water Management District and you're trying to get approval of your environmental resource permit for your subdivision, and you are impacting, say, 2 acres of wetlands that they have a great function value. In other words, based on that UMAM assessment, those are some good wetlands, and you're going to have to pay to get those mitigated. And you're given options on how you can do it, but ultimately you will have the opportunity to utilize a mitigation bank if that's what you so choose. Right now we have Lake Swamp, which is one up in near Flagler County line. We also have the Farmington. Depending on what basin you are in will dictate which mitigation bank you could utilize. The proposed bill that Paolo referenced would do away with that and allow you to choose other ones, but there would be an increase in cost or an increase in factor. I can tell you this much from our perspective, we don't like the fact that you're getting away from the basin that you're from your county staff position. We think that's really bad legislation. We like the idea of keeping, if you're impacting a wetland within a specific basin, you need to stay within that basin with your mitigation. And that's why you see some projects will have the opportunity to go to other mitigation banks that are out there, but they have to be within that basin. Does that help out? And then the determination of what is appropriate for that ERP is determined by the DEP or St. John staff based on those standards that they have. And again, like I was saying, the function is the critical element. And if you have highly functioning wetlands that you're impacting, you're going to have to purchase a considerable number of credits. And you're going to hear us use the term credits because unfortunately we have to complicate everything. Instead of just being able to say you impacted 2 acres of wetlands, you've got to buy 10 acres of wetlands over here. They come up with a method of assessing what are the credits based on the function. And then that's when you go with your checkbook to one of the different mitigation banks and pay for those credits so that way you are preserving that function within that basin.
Okay. And therein lies my problem, I think, with the whole idea of mitigation. Mitigation is triggered because we impacted or a wetland was impacted, not we. So we're going somewhere else to an existing wetland and planting more plants there. How is that helping how's that helping give any relief to the wetland that was impacted?
What you'll see is that in order for a federal or state wetland mitigation bank to be approved by the regulatory agency, they have to come in and show what have been man-made impacts, such as roads, drainage culverts, ditches, invasive species that have grown on there, and there'll be a requirement that they have to go and basically remove those areas. And as part of that may be a replanting plan, there may be regrading, etc. Each one is going to be dependent on what's out there, and there will be an annual maintenance aspect of it to ensure that it's still remaining in a pristine wetland situation. So what you're seeing is that land that could otherwise be utilized for agriculture or some sort of development is taken out of that, left in its natural state, and whatever impacts have been already happened because of invasive species, because of man-made impacts, have to be addressed as part of that as well.
Okay, but my question is, are you seeing that given any relief to the wetland that was altered?
As long as it's within the same basin, and remember the whole point of why you see upland buffers, why we see this term connectivity and function, is that you want to see large areas of this. As you are aware, there's habitat or creatures such as black bear, the Florida panther, etc., need large areas for being able to roam in forest. That's why you see these wetland mitigation banks serve that purpose, because they not only address a wetland issue, but they also address a habitat protection aspect of it. And so from our perspective of trying to preserve that 1 acre of wetland in the middle of the parking lot of SeaWorld is not as valuable as saving 1 acre of wetlands in the middle of Lake Swamp, which feeds between Volusia and Flagler County and provides that connectivity all the way up into Putnam and all these other counties. So yes, it does provide, and again, that's why we believe in the same basin, it's important. We do not like that idea that have money will travel and you can buy impact, wetland mitigation in Putnam County or in Seminole County for impacts over here in Volusia County.
So within that same basin, if you're mitigating an existing wetland, are you increasing its size?
You can be improving the function of it. So in other words, if you had an area that was made into pasture and you were able to go in there and replant it, and if it needed to be regraded or other amendments, you're trying to return it back to its natural state.
Okay. And you see that improving
yes, sir.
The basin that's occurring in?
Yes, sir, because what you're doing is you're taking out some man-made improvement, like I said, again, ditches, culverts, roads, pasture areas, and if you return them back to natural conditions, then it's providing a greater lift to the natural habitat.
So last question, if a wetland is altered or infringed upon in Edgewater, they can do mitigation at Farmington.
Yes, sir.
How does that help Edgewater on the
Well-
other side of 95?
Wetlands don't necessarily know cities' boundaries. And so.
Yeah, but it does know that there used to be a wetland here, now it's gone, and so we're increasing an already existing wetland. I'm struggling to find out how that helped Edgewater.
Remember that the land that was being proposed for the Wetland Mitigation Bank in Farmington could have been developed for ranchettes or those types of things, and so therefore those are not on there. So that's development that's not occurring in the same wetland basin that occurs, and so therefore, I mean, it does not look on it by jurisdiction or block by block level. It looks at it from a ecosystems habitat.
Okay, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Paulo, the Wetland Mitigation Bank, did I hear you say that that's controlled by the state and or the feds?
There's a federal level and then there's a state level.
What can local governments do to lessen that impact, if anything?
Lessen the impact of, well,
what Mr. Brower was just stating. I think Mr. Brower's hit the nerve for me, which is he was talking about Edgewater and Farmington. I mean, why the heck don't we just pay the impact mitigation credits down to the Everglades?
Well, so.
Or,
yeah.
North Georgia.
So.
Or,
Yeah.
I mean, let's just keep going with this. You're picking up what I'm laying down here.
And that's why
because he's I don't disagree with him on, this, in my opinion, is that pay to play bad. We allow you to have bad behavior and just pay your way out of it. And I think that at some point it comes back to drown you.
Sure.
Get your attention that way. So back to my question.
Sure.
Is there anything local governments can do
Yes.
to?
So remember where the preemption lies. The preemption lies in the form of mitigation. It does not lie on whether or not wetland impacts are allowed to occur. So, the solution is tighten up your avoidance and minimization standards such that you don't get to that mitigation stage.
Right. And I stepped out for a moment for a personal reason in the back. So I missed the end of the first number one. We were talking about not impacting wetlands. And I'll just briefly, council, tie into that because staff did a good job of showing us that our impacts are minimal. My whole point with that is that most of the impacts of Volusia County are happening in the municipalities. That's where everything is going on. We know that. But as the leading government body of Volusia County, that was my point, is to set the tone. Let Volusia County, as the leading government body, recognized by everybody, let us set the tone so that the others can hopefully follow. I mean, when I drive through LPGA or Williamson in Daytona Beach and you look at the absolute explosive growth, in my opinion, and I'll just state this. I know this isn't a question, Chairman, but thank you for the 30-second latitude. I've said it publicly. I'm not a no-growther. If you want a no-growther, I'm not your guy. I'm a no-growther until the infrastructure can handle it. If the infrastructure can handle it, absolutely. But when the roads and the flooding can't handle it, it's very problematic for me. So on the first one, staff did a great job of showing that we have impacts, but very minimal ones. And on the second one, it looks like this is a state and federal issue, but you were telling us what we could do to minimize that.
So, hi, Ginger Adair again. So here's where the council has the power, right? We showed you what the wetland impacts are in the county over the last couple of years. Your staff works really hard on avoidance and minimization on every single family project that comes in, on every site plan, on every subdivision. Where you're talking about the impacts are in the incorporated areas, and you have the ability to direct some of that through your Chapter 50 minimum standards. And the big difference between what we do in Volusia County and what the cities are allowed to do by the way the minimum standards are written now is that we require a county wetland alteration permit for all projects, whether or not they go through the Water Management District or the DEP. Because in our experience, the Water Management District and the DEP do not take avoidance and minimization as seriously as we do. So if you go to the Water Management District, and this is an oversimplification, right? But with a development plan, they're going to likely approve it and just tell you how much mitigation. Whereas we're likely to say, you know what, we really think you can avoid some of those wetland impacts if you moved things around. We think that's our value in this wetland alteration permit process. If the cities had the same process of looking at every project and requiring avoidance and minimization, you might see less wetland impacts in the cities. And that's a change you could make to Chapter 50 that would require cities to require wetland alteration permits for every project. Because right now they can say the Water Management District did it or the DEP did it and we don't need to look at it. And that's a gap in our opinion.
That was gold right there. Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you. Question for Ginger, please. Ms. Adair, if the cities are following our Chapter 50, which you said that they were, and that we have the power to change Chapter 50 and for them to follow that, based on the data provided, which with us is minimum, wouldn't they also have minimum impacts in their cities as well if they're following our Chapter 50?
The difference is that because we're requiring a wetland alteration permit for every development, even a site plan or a new subdivision, we are using our avoidance and minimization criteria on those properties. And that's really where you have the bang for your buck, is say a new subdivision.
So the cities don't do that?
These aren't doing that. No, they're deferring to the, and again, it's not all cities, but most cities are just deferring to the state. And so they aren't having that same look at those projects and saying, well, maybe you could not have 2 acres of impact, maybe you could have a ½ acre of impact.
So in other words, the state doesn't really care about wetland impacts?
I don't want to say it like that, but their focus is not on avoidance and minimization. Their focus is on mitigation.
Yeah, don't say that until after this session.
What we're trying to do is say, we don't want your mitigation. We want you to avoid the impact. It's a success to us if you don't need a wetland alteration permit because you avoided the wetland.
I understand that, but I hope sometimes I'm sarcastic to get past the pandering to the nitty gritty of the facts and why we're here, because I hear questions, Ginger, and staff has addressed this. You, Clay, some of your team, you've had several great presentations over the years, especially after the hurricanes. And when I hear questions, and Chairman, I actually feel the same way you do. It's hard for me to understand the mitigation bank concept. So I do have a little issue there, but I want to focus on what's within our control. Because at the end of the day, we're going to be going down rabbit holes. You guys aren't going to be able to do your job, and we're going to be chasing a wheel here. But the chairman had asked questions. I'm trying to find answers to why we are flooding. We just had a presentation, and all of us unanimously want to find answers to why we are flooding. I'm going to tell you a couple of things that we went over, Council, because some of this is getting a little redundant. We're at a C+ standard for stormwater in Volusia County, right? Okay. On the east side and along the St. Johns River, where we see the most flooding, we're tidal-controlled stormwater systems. A nod of the head. I'm asking questions I already know the answer to. Okay. We're seeing a lot of flooding in closed basins, correct? We're seeing some flooding in floodplain areas that have been in some of these older subdivisions like Highland, and then what's the one out there off of 92, Clay? Daytona Park Estates. We're seeing flooding near water. Shocker. then the other one, we're seeing flooding in these instances where the rain is greater than our stormwater system that's right at C plus, that 100-year threshold from between 8 and 11 inches. So we're seeing flooding when we get over 11 inches. When in Samsula, I had 28. Who would have thought we would have flooded? Guys, we're all searching for answers here. But we've gone over this and over this and over this. And now every time one of these comes up, it's not in our control, but we revert back to what we've already identified. Out of the things that we identified, so we don't keep chasing our tails here, council and to staff, you guys have identified the areas of where we're flooding to help the chairman, any others who are still, just like me, searching for why we are flooding. We've identified these things. I know we have the studies. Which ones out of that can we control out of maintenance? Can we control that the Lord gave us 28 inches of rain or over 11 inches rain? Can we control people buying near water or floodplain or flood-prone areas? Can we control people from not buying or building in floodplain properties? Can we control the people that flooded near closed basins? Can we protect the people that in title-controlled areas that do that? Or can we control the C plus stormwater? I think we're doing everything. I want to make our time count. I really do. And I see the frustration. You can kind of see my frustration. We know the answers. The biggest thing is getting through the political nonsense. And I say it, I got no problem taking the arrows. It's my pleasure. I want to get through the political nonsense with some of this stuff and follow the math, science, and logic that we pay these people to bring us back the information, whether we like it or not. I don't know how much more we have to do, but I just wanted to lay that out there. I don't know what other standards we can tighten up. I'm just scratching my head, to be honest with you. I'm wondering why I'm here.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there are a few things that I kind of sort of like that I would be supportive of changing and see if we have the teeth to do it. But Paul or Clay, our trees, I mean, when was the last time we updated that tree, how it pertains to to subdivisions? I mean, here's my goal. How do we get away from them just clearing the whole darn thing?
Yes, we're addressing that through NRAC as well. Okay. They initiated the tree preservation. So these were all things that were identified in 2022 as top priorities for us to focus on. We've worked through that. We're going through that process. Is that third or fourth? Yeah.
Okay. So we're working on it. So if we did something in trees, is that something that you think we could possibly input into Chapter 50?
I will get into the discussion. I swear to God, if y'all can hold on. I mean, right now we're just talking about mitigation banks. If you can give me a few more minutes, Ben's going to fly through his stuff and we'll talk about the bringing the fill dirt on property.
I mean,
How's
it seems
that?
like, I'll just say even this, it seems like we can't touch anything with mitigation banks and the definition of floodplains. Let's move on to what we can do.
So these two slides are basically more of the same. You can't touch them.
Yeah. Let's go with what we can do.
Before either one of you goes on, you're going through the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are you going to go through the 60-something pages?
It's a 43 slides. We're almost halfway through.
Are you going to go through the pages that are not on the PowerPoint that are part of this item that the county attorneys wrote and probably you wrote, Ginger wrote?
We addressed most of those in terms of they're just examples of things that we're already doing or cannot do.
Keep using that clicker.
Right.
Okay.
So it's just kind of more of the.
I have 3 slides. Real quick, just on the acquisition of flood-prone residential structures. We're doing this. We've been doing this. We've done it in past storm events. Last meeting, this council approved the acquisition of 3 properties. We're not just waiting on these funding sources that we've identified as FEMA, hazard mitigation, Elevate Florida, and Transform 386. We are going to be acquiring properties utilizing those funds as well, but we also have stormwater utility funds, which we budget a certain amount to acquire properties every year. And one of the properties that we acquired went up for sale. It was a reduced price because the home had been basically gutted due to the flooding. And we actually, knowing that there's a road project coming, we used our advanced right-of-way acquisition funding for that. So we have multiple funding sources to acquire property. We're actively looking to acquire homes that have flooded because we know, as it was discussed earlier, in some of these areas, whether it's a closed basin or some of these, there is no good engineering solution, and sometimes the only solution is to acquire the property and eliminate the threat completely. As far as canal maintenance goes, the memo.
Wait.
Yeah. Apologize.
Can I actually offer a? You wanted some direction.
Sure.
Can I offer not a solution, but a request to what you just said? I love what you said. What we're doing, we're looking at all these different properties. Are you bringing back as soon as possible a list of properties that can be bought that you have and staff have prioritized, which ones we should buy first, and then we can define money for them? Because that's one little part of the solution.
Yes, they are. But they have to be properly identified through
Right.
the studies that he's doing right now.
The basin studies.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's where you come up with, because there has to be a public purpose.
Right.
It can't be just, just because, we feel bad or whatever. It has to really be tied into, can we not defend this area and now we're going to build a stormwater facility in there, or are we going to increase the capacity of a lake or something that's around there? It can't just be willy-nilly. He just mentioned, well, we bought the other one because we're building the road and we're going to expand the road and we need it for a pond. So you got one project that I think you guys all have being sent, or the link sent to you, that where a study's done and it's identified some solutions and some options, and part of that will entail probably buying property that has flooded or has been threatened to flood. So we'll look at that as well. But as far as compiling a master list all at once, they're going to be coming in chunks as these projects are identified.
Through the basin management studies.
Yes.
Which are actually moving pretty quick.
Yes.
Quicker than I thought. Anyway.
Well, some of them when they present themselves, like one of the ones we purchased two of the ones we purchased last week went up for sale. And we didn't want someone to buy a house, renovate it, and then us to have to come in knowing that we're going to need it later on. What I will say to piggyback on what Mr. Rechtenwald said is, we're focusing on houses that flood. And I will say, and I've said this in prior, when I've talked about this as a solution, buying people's homes and demolishing them is really a last resort.
Yeah.
I don't want to take
I
someone's
agree.
home, but some of these areas are just indefensible for, to that purpose. Now, that being said, we're getting folks, we know areas that are flooded. We're identifying properties, that we know could possibly be utilized for a potential project. We're, when we do these studies and kick off these scopes and with the consultants, we're letting them know, we're talking through what we've observed and things like that. And so we have identified properties. We have property owners that have come to us to let us know they would be willing sellers. I don't know what the number is, the latest number on Elevate Florida for homes in Volusia County, but 100 plus homes have already applied to Elevate Florida. You still have the HMGP. So there's a long list of properties that, because of the two back-to-back storm events, and especially those that have experienced multiple floods, are highly motivated to either elevate their properties or to have them acquired.
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt has a question for you. Before you ask it, let me just ask you something to see if it's something you're going to touch on, because I'm looking at the 63 pages that are not on the PowerPoint that were written, and there's a discussion in there about Volusia Forever and Echo buying properties for stormwater management, and there's some issues with that. Are you going to talk about that?
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about actually the
Okay.
strategy 5
All
is
right.
use of public property.
I'll wait for that. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive my ignorance on this question. It's probably going to make George's eyes roll back in his head, though. And during those basin studies, do they look at commercial properties that are abandoned that could be fall into that area?
Yes.
Yeah, we look at.
Oh, it did make it. Okay, so it was a good question.
Yeah. I mean, if you got a property that's not being utilized.
I mean, because I guess I'm thinking of, and I'm maybe way off, but I'm thinking of the Orange City area. That plaza that just sat there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't even know if it exists anymore. There was one that was being built behind the old Big Lots. There was and it's been a while since I've been out that way, but it was built, they ran out of money, and it just sat there. And it was right next to that area. You're smiling, maybe there's something to that.
Yeah, we need to talk more. I mean, that, I think
I'm
that's
just curious.
one of the
I'm just
ones-
shooting in
You're
the dark.
talking about one of the ones that gets a lot of airplay here.
Okay,
before the
all
meeting.
right. So I was just curious, but that answered my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a point of order.
Okay.
Just want to remind the council and the chair that our rules say at 3:35 we will be done. So I suggest we pick it up and get to solutions. That's just my
Okay.
recommendation.
We won't be done by 3:35.
And-
Is that, your name was up, is that your question?
Well, my name's up to bring some suggestions up for solutions. That's why I'm
Okay.
waiting for them to be done. 3 slides have taken a long time.
Okay.
I'm just reminding us on our rules, Mr. Chair.
All right. Canal maintenance was one of the items that was brought up, and the memo we provided was fairly detailed. We actually do a yearly work plan that focuses on the canals that the county maintains, and talked about the budget increases that we've done to increase the amount of maintenance that we're doing. What I will focus on is some of the areas that the county doesn't maintain, some of these natural waterways or waters of the U.S., as Clay had referred to earlier. We have met with USDA and NRCS staff to try to see about obtaining funding for projects to clear those canals out. They've walked those canals with us. We've identified the locations. We're waiting to hear back. Obviously, things with the federal government right now are kind of slow, but we've used this process in the past to clear these types of waterways, and we're hopeful that we will get a positive response from the federal government from that moving forward.
I have a quick question on canals. So you've got, okay. Going through your canal list and what you're doing, there's several of them that says maintenance will be conducted in September, October, November, and December of this year. That's during and after hurricane season. Does that mean that they've been cleaned?
That's when they're scheduled to be maintained. I mean, we have crews that are working through their schedules.
Are they
So,
ready for hurricane season is my question, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't let them sit there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me reiterate again. Before every storm, and he's gone over our award-winning program for inspection of our canals, which is what, 8 times the suggested average,
9.
or 9, I guess. Anyway. Before every storm, those canals are inspected. So if something, and again, remember these things are living areas. You got trees, you got stuff going on. They go down through them many times a year. So before a storm, or when we know there's a storm, they're out there. They're clearing any major thing out of the way. They do it every time, and then they go right back out after the storm and do the same thing. So that occurs all the time. So they're ready. They're ready today. If the storm were to come, they would be out there just like they said, and they would go clear any major blockage or anything that's occurred. But what he's talking about is a much more significant maintenance, like you see in that picture, where they go down through and dig out the silt and other things. They're like that. It's a much bigger rehabilitation. But it's kind of like clearing the road. or then going back and resurfacing the road. So this is what he's showing is a major rehabilitation of that canal.
Correct. And I mean, as Mr. Rechtenwald said, we put eyes on these canals multiple times, every mile of these canals, multiple times per year. They're inspected, the vegetation maintenance is done. And then some canals can be good for 6 years. They don't accumulate a lot of silt. Some canals need maintenance every 6 months because of just the way the flow works and the pattern. And so there's multiple different ways we can go in and do what you see there as a mechanical cleaning. But every one of these canals is looked at. And if they observe an issue, a tree down, a blockage, boom, a work order is generated and they're out there fixing it. Because preparing, like Mr. Rechtenwald said, preparing for storms is one thing. But you can get an afternoon rainstorm. We've seen them. You can get a 6-inch rainstorm in an afternoon that comes out of nowhere from a nor'easter that can be just as damaging as some of these hurricanes. So that we got to make sure that these things are in tip-top shape all the time. I think the primary concern from some of these canals, and we've seen it, and we're working through with the cities, is who maintains what. You know, part of what we're working on with the community information folks is getting that map up, the map that was included in the memo that shows the canals, so someone could go online and say, there's a canal by my house, let me go look and see. And then we're talking to the cities, and we're trying to generate that GIS system so that we get their data too, and we can, a resident go on there and look and say, okay, this canal is maintained by so-and-so, or maybe it's a natural, maybe it's Spruce Creek, maybe it's Turnbull Creek, something like that. And we got to work on how we're going to do those, and that's why we're going to the USDA for funding on those. But our canals, as Mr. Rechtenwald said, I cannot stress this enough, are maintained well and often, and they are looked at, and if there's an issue, it gets taken care of immediately.
Right, but George, I asked that question, I'm not pushing him, I'm not pushing you, but this is a document that's been out for 10 days, and so the public is reading it, and they're reading it and saying, oh my God, they're not even maintaining canals until hurricane season, so it needs to be made public what you're doing, what your process is. That's why I'm trying to give you an opportunity.
Thank you, and we are putting it on, and we'll do more educational stuff on our new flood website, which went live. I think I sent that out to everybody 2 Fridays ago, or last Friday. But anyway, it's gone out, it's gone live, and so that'll be the type of information we'll have, and more education. And again, there's a little bit of, and there's always going to be, someone sees a shopping cart down in the canal, you know, and says it's not being maintained. Well, because a week ago, or in between our inspections, somebody threw it down in there.
Proper clay.
We'll go get it out of there a bit. But the fact of the matter is, one shopping cart in the canal likely isn't going to be the issue. It's a series of things.
Yes.
So.
All right.
In that same document, we talk about all the other, the scheduled maintenance that we planned is like the big stuff, but there's all those other routine maintenance items that we do where we're putting eyes on the canal. And I would always urge anybody, if they see something, let us know. We can't be everywhere at once, and I guarantee you we'll take care of it.
Right. Matt Reinhardt.
Just a quick question. Ben, when we're doing some of these canals and we're doing the great job that you're doing, some of those canals touch a city canal, municipality. And I think you just said it, we're working with the cities. Does that entail the fact of picking up the phone and saying, hey, we're doing our side of it? You know where I'm talking about.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
A lot of the B-19 touches the city of Daytona, and there may be an issue about an area in particular, which I can...
Yeah, so if sometimes we'll get a complaint or a request, and it's where 2 of our assets meet, we're on the phone with the public works
or
staff.
even a private one. There's some private ones that
we'll let those folks know.
You'll
if
let
there's
them know.
Yeah, or go through the code enforcement.
Do we hold them accountable for that? Because their area that is congested with debris or whatever, and we tell them, hey, please get this out, you know, because you're going to impact our canal or the land that's around you. You need to get this cleaned out. If they don't, what ramifications? Can we go in and do it and then?
Well, if there's a maintenance agreement for whatever reason, we can enforce that. Typically, those have a rule that if we can go in there and maintain it, we can charge them.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Private property,
yeah,
you know, we can either go through
we can.
the water management district or we can go through a code.
And we move that pretty rapidly.
Here, the county, and things like
that. I mean, dive in on something too, because, all right, so you see that machine sitting there?
Yep.
County machine, what do we pay for that?
They're about $600,000.
Yeah, $600,000. So how many do we own?
2.
How many miles of canal do we have?
We have over 150 miles
All
of
right,
canal.
so now you start seeing, you know, again, we put about $800,000-900,000 into this, and the problem, if there's a development problem, I'll say one of them is that people come up and we have to maintain, you know, access to these canals, and that machine right there, you have to pay because you don't have much access, so you have to put the thing right down the middle of the canal. We try to use other pieces of equipment in other areas where they've maintained some sort of berm maintenance area where you can take a cheaper piece of equipment and go in there and clean it faster. So we're always working those type of issues as well as the work itself. And if, you know, we get through this and we decide you want to have even a higher level of service, we can look into that. And I think we discussed that when we talked about the stormwater utility fee a little while back, and we were trying to get to a level of service A where it would be even more proactive, but it would require more people, more machinery, more access along these canals, rather than having to drive right down the middle of them and clean them like he's got that picture there. Because if we only have 2 of those, and there's probably only 4 of them in the entire county, those things, by the way, are made in Europe, and they were developed to maintain ski slopes. And
Are they going to be
things like that.
tariffed?
So,
yes.
yeah, they probably are.
We got to buy them in the U.S.
Tesla's making them now. Okay. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. George, kind of nice to see your Irish get up a little bit there. So my question is more specific to the canal up in District 4. What do we do about something like Groover Branch that literally in the canal has trees growing in the middle of them? So there's no way this really cool device that I'd love to get into, by the way, and practice some skills.
We can make that happen.
Nice. I'll sign whatever waiver I need to sign. But what do we do about something like that? Because Groover Branch, last time I laid eyes on it, there were oak trees growing all throughout the thing, and cypress trees and all kinds of stuff.
Well, I wish I had the photo from the county Facebook page that put up and showed Reed Canal, which is a similar type situation where you have a lot of trees, and our tree crew had a bucket truck extended over and was in there cutting up, and there was like 3 guys in the water. So to answer your question, we can handle those types of situations as well.
You got an extra weed whacker for Troy? You can put him up in there.
We'll get them up in the bucket.
One guy does alligator.
If Matt will do it with me. All right.
One guy does alligator to make sure they watch. But
Watch
remember,
out.
that's one that the feds will.
Correct. That's one of the ones that we applied for federal funding for. All right. Last slide, public property. So council requested, hey, can we use public property for flood mitigation? The answer is yes, we can. And every just like we talked about with the acquiring residents, when we do these basin studies, we're always looking for existing public property that could be used for stormwater mitigation or use. A good example is the Taylor Road study. It's just completed, and all 3 alternatives basically include moving water out of Taylor to Lake Moore, which was acquired through Volusia Forever. We have to be careful when we're using properties acquired through Forever and Echo. If there's, for whatever purpose they were bought for, there might be a payback to that fund for the stormwater use. But any type of public land in and around an area that we're looking to do a stormwater project on is definitely going to be looked at through these studies.
Quick question on that, and I don't know, Brad might have to answer it. If I understand the issue with Echo and Volusia Forever, could that still be changed to add to those programs that we could purchase land for stormwater management? If if you think it's a viable tool, that we could use it for that.
So for Echo, if you remember a few years ago, we added green infrastructure as one of the qualifying projects under the environmental category. So we like to see the green infrastructure projects as part of a larger project or as a demonstration project for our citizens to learn about the green infrastructure that we're using in an area.
Yeah,
So
water parks.
it would certainly qualify there under Echo.
Okay.
For Volusia Forever, I think there's a little more nuance to it in terms of, one of the goals or the intent is to preserve lands in their natural state for conservation purposes. While water resource protection is a key component, the document or our organizing principles don't address converting preserved lands to engineered stormwater systems after purchase, but such conversion might conflict with the program's core objectives of conservation. However, a more aligned approach might be to identify properties that naturally provide water retention services through existing wetlands or natural features, rather than planning to construct stormwater facilities. This would be a better match for the program. So again, using kind of green infrastructure or purchasing wetlands or floodplain protection. We've purchased about 40% in the floodplain, or 49% in the floodplain. So we are doing our part in terms of protecting
Absolutely.
our people upstream and around the water bodies.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, a good example of that would be the property that they acquired down in Edgewater, adjacent to Florida Shores.
Brad, don't
Yes,
go.
1,300 acres or whatever it was.
So we were able to carve out a portion of that to make sure that the canals where Florida
Right.
Shores drains into remain free and clear because they weren't essentially being
Yeah,
maintained.
and you had no access, just to what I just mentioned a minute ago. Now you've got access through there, those canals in a way. So by preserving that area, got you to an actual stormwater asset that you could go ahead and maintain.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Brad, can we, if the rules don't permit under Echo and Volusia, could we, if we wanted to, change those rules that allow us to, when we buy those lands, to sell it as credits also, to keep feeding the program and maybe buy more land with those funds, expand?
It's my understanding that in 2012, or in the last 6 years, I believe, when Governor DeSantis came into office, was we were no longer to have any publicly funded mitigation banks or operated. We have a mitigation bank in Barberville that the county was one of the very first mitigation banks established in the state. But it's my understanding that we cannot compete with the private sector any longer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Robbins.
Bradley.
Paolo, as always, knows all. I guess it was changed back in 2022, so we can certainly look at it as an option.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pursue that option to
Yes,
see what opportunities
absolutely.
we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brad, a quick question, Brad. I know you'll be able to answer it. Hypothetically, would we be able to, we know some of these identified areas of concern, Ben and Brad, when it comes to flooding, but hypothetically, could we make a outdoor fishing pond that could also serve as a dual purpose for stormwater? And have we looked at it as a viable option?
So one of the things that we've tried to get funded through
With Echo.
Echo forever, Echo in a long time as a stormwater park. There's several of them around, and we believe that would be an eligible project under Echo.
But it's really a fishing park. But you see what I'm saying? There's ways to get to make this, but it could also serve as a retention area. I'm spelling it out for you, but
Yeah, if there's amenities that would make it public access, the key is public access. That's in the ballot language. It's what our voters approve. So
Absolutely.
as long as there's public access to that amenity, and they can enjoy outdoor recreation, and there were benches and things for them to enjoy, I'm certain that the committee would give it an honest look.
signs fishing here. Got it. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Turn it back over to Clay.
one of the items that were identified was that specifically along like the LPGA corridor, that we seem to have an excessive amount of multifamily projects being developed along that area, and that may be negatively impacting the overall area. Unfortunately, Volusia County does not have jurisdiction in regards to the land use and zoning there. So what we can do is we can set up, if this council feels it's appropriate, as a discussion on where are the areas that are appropriate for multifamily, and how are those consistent with the adopted local plans of the cities, especially along our thoroughfare road corridors. That would just have to be something that y'all would want to integrate at this point. Realizing that we really do not have any review capacity other than if they're impacting a thoroughfare road. And to your point, Councilmember Kent, even with road concurrency, there's a pay and go mentality. We cannot stop a development because a road is over capacity. All we can do is charge their proportionate share and allow them to go. That was passed in 2011 by Governor Scott as part of the Community Planning Act. And that applies to a majority of the concurrency items that you have out, including schools and parks. So in this particular situation, if y'all want us to reach out, we could, if you want us to contact the local governments, I would recommend that this may be something that the roundtable of elected officials may be something that could be utilized through them to identify if they're interested in doing that, because this would be a major planning overtake or endeavor and would require an extensive coordination effort. But we have identified one other issue is this. With the Live Local Act, if you start restricting multifamily in your residential area, you're now going to be pushing for affordable multifamily on your commercial properties. Because by state law, every local government is preempted from prohibiting multifamily development. As a matter of fact, they're mandated to allow multifamily development on commercial, industrial, and office land uses to the highest density and to the highest height in your zoning regulations. So if,
Can I ask a question on that, Mr. Chair? Go for it.
There's a sentence here that really is describing what you're talking about. It says, lastly, it is important to note that the cities and county must address the provision of housing at all income levels so that we meet affordable housing targets. Whose targets?
It's primarily tied to, remember our emergency meeting of our last one for 2024, so we could declare that we were in a surplus for affordable housing, so that way we would not have tax exemptions being pulled on us.
So those are targets by Live Local?
They're targets established basically through the Schimberg Institute. It establishes the amount of affordable housing that is needed by metropolitan statistical area and county. And
so who are the targets coming from?
the state.
The state, okay. I assume that's what you meant. The last council meeting, we talked about affordable housing, and it was brought up that let's not do anything and we'll just let the market take care of itself. Could that, if we did that, would that put us in jeopardy of not hitting those targets? And if so, what does it do to us?
Well, Brad may be able to provide more clarity, but the fact is that we were able to claim an exemption from the Live Local Act for tax exemptions for affordable housing because we had a surplus of a certain level of affordable housing. If we fall below the targets that have been established by the Schimberger Institute for the state, then developers of multifamily could claim for tax exemption.
Okay. David Santiago.
I was just going to ask, you mentioned about the highest density for multifamily. We can lower that number too, right? Or is there a state cap minimum for multifamily?
Well, what you would do is then you would go into your comp plan and your zoning, you would change it, and then you would be subject to a potential Burt Harris Property Rights Act because now you've impacted those properties which have those land use and zoning categories already applied to them.
But we couldn't do it for rezonings or PUDs or anything like that, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is the Live Local Act. If I own a commercial piece of land, right now I can come in.
Oh, I got you. They already have it.
Yeah,
I got you.
it's whatever is existing on your books. It doesn't, I don't have to go through a rezoning for a commercial property to build a multifamily
I
site.
forgot about that. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think the Live Local Act is one that's maybe getting worse right now in Tallahassee too. Councilman Robbins.
Clay, real quick, thank you. Are you able to put together like a cheat sheet, make like a politics cheat sheet? You know, guys know the hot topics. You know what gets thrown in our faces. We know what's BS and we know what's not. Can you say, this is what Volusia County has control over? This is what Volusia County does not have control over. And say, see page 4, see page 10. That would help me out and probably us out greatly. Please help me.
Well, I think every year when Mike and his crew do a very good job of going through the bills, and which have become laws, and then show us what has been preempted, is your best guide every year, because it changes year to year for us.
I'm just saying on these local issues that we
Yes, sir.
deal with. You know, why is who controls fill and build? Who controls the mitigation banks? The stuff that we talk about? Is there any way we can somehow alleviate this in just a cheat sheet and where in the source to find it? Is there an easier way to do this? I feel like we're pulling teeth here.
We're from the county.
I know.
We're here to help.
Thank you. You're awesome, Clay. And council, it's 3:30. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We have one member of the public. Do you still want to speak? Public? Okay. Yeah.
3:35 was the end time.
He sat here all afternoon, and then we'll finish this up next meeting.
I didn't expect it to be 3.5 hours. John Nicholson, Beachside. A couple of things. One, with regard to tourism and the questions that you had earlier, Evelyn Fine is your person to go to. She did all the statistics for Hive Board. So if you want anything to know about, and it would be great if she came in and addressed you all on the value of tourism for Volusia County. And trust me, we need to do that. Secondly, a lady behind me asked for a bathroom upstairs. I would love to have a bathroom upstairs. We used to have one, and then you guys took it off. So perhaps we could think about reestablishing that restroom. What was brought up earlier, Pet Cemetery, with the pictures of the dogs and whatnot. We have a landfill, 1,600 acres. Perhaps land, I mean, it's very costly to bury your pets. So I'm wondering whether we could do it at a very inexpensive rate for those people that can't afford it. Third, again, I want to bring up Main Street. It can't be too expensive. Main Street, as you come down Main Street, is 9 feet wide. You get the peninsula, it goes to 20-foot lanes. You don't need a 20-foot lane on Main Street. I'm asking that you rezone those for turn lanes, because with what happened a couple of weeks ago with the events at the Peabody and the Ocean Center, you get to the intersection, somebody wants to make a turn and can't, then everybody backs up all the way, for a mile in either direction. So I'm asking you to look at that and do additional turn lanes, because you can make 5 lanes where you only have 2 now, and you don't have to worry about sitting through 2 traffic lights to make a left-hand turn. Mitigation banks, I don't like the idea that mitigation banks are at the far north and far south. So what happens to those us in the middle? You drown because your water is now gone, and we're saving water for somewhere else. We got to look at that one. I like the idea, the area, but the area is too far away, North and South County. And half-penny sales tax, I know you guys don't like the idea of half-penny sales tax. You think of it as a tax. I think of it as a savings, a cut in taxes. That money's got to come from somewhere for the roads, for the flooding. If it comes from the general fund comes from taxes. So you're going to either tax one way or the other. I would rather have the tourists pay 40% of our funding. The idea that we have to sit there and say, we don't want any more taxes. We don't want any money coming from the tourist. We want to pay all of it ourselves, is what you're saying. I don't want to say I want to pay all of it ourselves. If they're going to give me 40%, I'm going to take their money. Thank you.
Thank you, and this meeting is adjourned at 3:35.